Rejoice, everyone. We're back with another Sekhie Reacts to Fate.
At least one of you guessed Paladins was coming up soon, way back before Mount Oe came out. So,
Yeah.
Kudos.
Don't be too hard. They knew it was a mega video. They didn't know that we were doing 2 mega videos in the near future.
3.
Do we have a third one?
The Chinese.
And that
4.
one's a little bit less mega than this mega video.
Technically,
in the last
it's got 4 full characters, plus or minus any additional shit.
one. You know why I was fine pairing those 4 together, right?
Because you have nothing on them.
I have very little additional shit. Oh, no.
Oh, then maybe I'm wrong about... Interesting. I have a hypothesis about that video. So I'm very curious to see if I end up being right or wrong. You know, just casually. Hypothesizing out here. Like a goddamn person who does work. God forbid. So, what are we doing today?
We're covering all of the Paladins of Charlemagne. All 12, I mean like 3 or 4.
Well, and obviously, we're totally not covering Charlemagne.
Yeah, we're covering Charlemagne.
I make a joke, he doesn't get the joke, then the joke is not funny because of my fault.
See, at least you acknowledge that it's always your fault.
One of these days, I'm going to commit homicide, and you're going to notice that there aren't any more Sekhie Reacts on the channel. It's because Knickknack's not going to be around anymore.
Suddenly, Sekhie Reacts are going to be Sekhie reads the wiki on her own.
Uh-huh. Really. I swear upon this oath.
I caught up on FGOJP. I'm good to go.
Is that your measure of okayness with the concept? Was it that much of an effort to catch up on FGOJP?
Yeah, life. You gotta set goal. You have to feel comfortable every moment. You should feel like you can. You're good. I don't know.
My current goal is to survive the next 4 weeks.
Hey, you gotta start the next 3 hours first.
And on that note, hi everyone, we're going to talk about Charlemagne today, which I think somebody pointed out nicely in the comments that when I was talking about Joan of Arc, I was sick when we recorded that video, and when I talked about Joan of Arc, there was a point where I meant to say not Charlemagne, but something else, and I said Charlemagne instead. And they were like, that's not Charlemagne, that's this other person. And yeah, hindsight is 2020. I both filmed and edited that video while sick.
I never want to get shit for that Nefertiti fuck up from
No. Because I said it correctly the first time and then only messed up the second time in the video. And I messed up with the name, but not with the context of the story. I asked you, is it Nefertiti or Nefertari? You, with confidence, said Nefertari. Or Nefertiti. And then I said, that's strange. It should be Nefertari because that was his wife. And you go, no, it's Nefertiti. And I could have done either of those women at that point. Like, I did not need prep time on either one of them. If you had just checked when I asked.
Sure.
That's different than me just saying the wrong name.
Sure.
But Charlemagne, King of the Franks, King of the Lombards, Emperor of the Carolingian Empire, and the first of the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire.
Did someone say Rome, Diet Rome?
Rome! There, I did it.
Rome 0? New Rome?
Rome 2.0. The new and improved version with more Christianity. Oh, sorry, that was the Byzantines. My mistake.
To be honest, the Holy Roman Empire was just the Catholics' attempt to make Rome their own Rome again, while the Byzantine Empire maintained its Rome at the time.
Yeah, technically, remember, kids, the Roman Empire didn't fall until the Ottomans fell after World War I, but before World War II. Sick man of Europe. The Roman Empire did not officially fall until like 1920.
At least Holy Rome had one good emperor to talk about.
Yeah, no, I got nothing. Honestly, I really don't. We are not for the first time delving into an area of history in which I am not well versed in terms of figures and actual stories. I do have a fairly in-depth knowledge of architecture from this period. Ironically, from several classical and pre-Renaissance art classes and architecture classes I've taken, but I had very little pre-existing political knowledge.
Which will be great because you've told me that your history section is going to be big today, so you went in on this one.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of that, and just a little bit that this is one of kind of the characters that we actually have a fair bit about. You know, like sometimes we end up with these historical characters that are just super, super common, you know? Like that we know a lot about them, we have a lot of records about them, and sometimes we just don't. You know, like we've had characters from time periods after this that we have less known on them, you know? Mm-hmm. And a lot of that comes, this is a king, it was a lot of major historical events happened, like huge change throughout Europe because of this man, and because of all the things happening around him, so that it makes sense as to why we know a lot about him. So I think a good place to start would be that if you look up Charlemagne, you're gonna find a couple different names for him. Charlemagne is one of his names that is from the French, Charles the Great. But in German, he was called Karl der Grob. Grob? I don't know how to pronounce that strange B.
Neither do I.
So I'm assuming I'm just going to use it as a B. We know in some annals that were written in Latin, they called him Carolus Carolus Magnus Rex, so Charles the Great King, right? So Carolus Rex, Charles Rex. And fun fact, there is a Sabaton song about Carolus Rex.
I'm glad I found you a new piece of music to add to your playlist.
You think it wasn't already in my playlist? The problem was it was the Swedish version.
So you like the sound, you just didn't know what it was talking about.
I don't think I'd ever listened to it in English. There is an English version of it. I just don't think I'd ever listened to it. It's very catchy, though. Remind me to show it to you later. So he's got, you know, obviously, these are not the only names he's known by. He was named after his grandfather. His grandfather was named Charles Martel, who was a political and military leader who was also the mayor of the palace of the Merovingian kings of the Franks and the prince of the Franks and their duke. So obviously he's got some kind of interesting hereditary genealogy when you really look at him. The Carolingians are interesting, I think, because we've mentioned them once before in a recent Reacts, I believe. Give or take recent for any sort of given value, because that may have been like 3 Reacts ago, and I just happen to remember sometimes the weirdest of things that we mention once. But for context, the Carolingian Empire basically covers all of France, a little bit into Upper Spain, a chunk of Germany, and the upper part of the Italian boot. Like from the knee to the thigh, if that helps you visualize where on the boot we're covering. If you picture that the top of the boot is the thigh. So the knee to the thigh. And it did have some tributary states towards the German side of it. But in general, that was where it was. The Carolingian dynasty had been the kings of Franks and the kings of the Lombards, and in 800 Charlemagne was crowned emperor of a Carolingian empire in Rome by Pope Leo III, in a desperate and not wholly successful move that was facilitated in order to attempt to transfer the sort of power and history associated with the Roman Empire from the Byzantine Empire to that of Western Europe. And that is why the Carolingian Empire is thus sometimes considered the first phase of the Holy Roman Empire. And that's why sometimes people will call Charlemagne the first emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So I think that's actually a pretty interesting political machination. I think the idea that you would essentially attempt to ceremonially crown a man and give him an empire only to wrest power from an empire already in existence with a much longer and more established history. But Europe, man. Europe in the Middle Ages. What can you say? This is why I don't do medieval stuff. There's a limit of how interested I am in political history. And Europe in the Middle Ages is just political history in so many ways. Okay. So, we'll start with his kind of background in early life. So the area that he came, so by around the 600s, Christianization had been spread across sort of the Franco-German areas in Europe, and there was a fairly large movement of conversion towards Catholicism led by Clovis I, who's another pretty famous king, but a couple hundred years back. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, a kingdom had been established by the Franks in Gaul, which generally just kind of grew slowly, and it started to encompass parts of France and Switzerland, adding bits of Germany, and other areas that were under the rule of, at the time, the Merovingian dynasty. Generally, this kingdom was subdivided into a couple different sort of fiefdoms that were ruled under by different Merovingians due to this inheritance thing that they had, where you would just split up your kingdom and give certain principalities and provinces to your different kids. And so, because of that, there's relative political instability during the period, and in the 7th century, there was a pretty significant period of war following the murder of King Childeric II, leading to some pretty significant aristocratic factional struggles. Of course, keep in mind that the peasants do not give one whit about any of this unless they are being drafted into war, and even then, they are told who to fight for and they do not give a shit.
Who's our king again?
Literally. Like, who do we pay taxes to? Okay. So, in the late 600s, this period of war was ended by a battle at T.H.E, and Pepin of Herstal, who had been the grandson of two other important figures, became sort of mayor of the palace of the Merovingian kings. And Pepin was then succeeded by his son Charles, who became known as Charles Martel. We've already mentioned Charles Martel. Charles unfortunately didn't like the idea of someone who succeeding the king at the time, who was King Theodoric IV, and he didn't think that there should be a Merovingian successor. And keep in mind, he's the mayor of the guard of the palace, and the Merovingians are the dynasty in power. Keep in mind, air quotes are important there. Dynasty and power. So Charles's idea was to divide the kingdom up instead of allowing the Merovingians to succeed, and give part of it to his son Charlemagne and part of it to his son Pepin the Short. Yes, I said Pepin the Short.
That sounds like a hobbit name.
Yes, so upon his death in about 741, they succeeded to the throne. They placed the Merovingian Childeric III on the throne 2 years later. And a couple years after that, Charlemagne would end up abdicating and entering a Roman monastery. But he had two sons, and one of them, Drogo, took his place. So the power is still held by the family of Charles Martel, the grandson of the man who had ended the strife 100 years before. So Charlemagne was the firstborn son of Pepin the Short and his wife Bertada. Bertada.
That is one great name.
It really is. You will be interested to know that Bertada was also known as Bertha Broadfoot, or Bertrada the Younger. And she actually has several statues around the world, like in different places, none of which depict her as particularly broad of foot, or anything that would make you think her name was Bertha or Bertada, because that just... Look, there are some names that you hear, and you just have a picture in mind of what you're going to see. And we might have different pictures, but certain names just make you think of a picture in your head.
Look, sometimes the baby come out big, but the person end up small.
Exactly. Anyways, I just thought it was pretty interesting. Like, she was interesting because it's possible that she was given that name because she was either born with clubfoot or had really bad bunions. And that's just an interesting thing to know about a royal from, 1,000 years ago, 1,300 years ago. Sometimes the funniest things survive in the historical record as like rumor or just attested in one source, and you don't know if they're true. But the fact that this is what survived of a particular person and period rather than something else more dignified is kind of epic and really reflects the fact that we as humans are terrible gossips, and really do focus in sometimes on the strangest of things and really place emphasis on stuff like that in a weird way. So it's estimated that he was born around 748, but there's an older tradition that says that he may have been born as early as 742, right? So this earlier estimate is based on a historian named Einhard, and Einhard presented date keeping that was congruent with the Roman Imperial biographies of Suetonius. And Suetonius wrote biographies of the 12 Caesars, right? The kings of the line of Caesars and all these emperors of Rome. So that's an interesting nod already to the continuity of wanting sort of Rome imparted into this Western kingdom that is not technically associated with Rome. And I think that's pretty fascinating, especially because I'm currently reading Suetonius myself, and he was an interesting writer. Definitely something to keep an eye out if y'all are looking for some biographies of like Roman emperors. Like, it's not wholly accurate, but it's pretty funny at times. So there's some debate over what language he would have been raised speaking, because at the time, most scholars think that there would have been like a Franconian Rhenian dialect of Old High German, but at the same time, in Francia, there was a rustic Roman language that was pretty prevalent, that was sort of developing into Old French. So there's some debate on whether he would have spoken sort of this proto or like Old German or like a proto-Old French. But a lot of scholars do agree that he also spoke Latin and perhaps did speak and understand some Greek as well, which would have been important in sort of any noble royal upbringing. We've talked about this before with other rulers. His father was educated in the Abbey of Saint Denis, although we do not have a ton of records about Charlemagne's own formal education. We assume that he was, as a young boy, trained in the court of his father in military matters and court procedures, theoretically, but he himself has, in his own writings, has acclaimed that he did have a liberal arts education. And, I mean, that's interesting to note. I think there's certainly an element of, I think, future kings and rulers often get taught a lot of things that they might not necessarily need to know to rule, but they need to know to kind of hobnob with other people, because that's very important, which means that sometimes they can have very interesting educational journeys. So, remember, Charlemagne had retired to an abbey, and Pepin had taken over. And around 752, which is about 9 years after they put Childeric III on the throne, Pepin had deposed him and replaced him as king officially. So by the 750s, a couple years after Charlemagne is born, his father was reigning as king and not just mayor of the palace, which is an interesting title. This seizure of the throne, according to sources that were pro-Carolingian, says that it was sanctioned in advance by the Pope at the time, Stephen II, but this is largely disputed by modern historians because that's absolutely something that pro-Carolingian scholars would do in an effort to legitimize the rule of the first king of their dynasty, technically. In fact, papal approval might have only come when he traveled to Francia in 754 to request Pepin's aid against the Lombards. And on this trip, in order to gain his support, would have perhaps anointed Pepin as king, therefore legitimizing his rule afterwards. Charlemagne himself was sent to escort the Pope during this visit, and he and his younger brother, also named Carloman, were anointed alongside their father as the successors to the throne. At the same time, Pepin would sideline Drogo, which was the older Carloman's son, who had succeeded him, and sent him and one of his other brothers to a monastery to kind of claim the power for his own family line. Which is pretty interesting. I mean, this man's making some big moves. We haven't even really gotten to Charlemagne making moves, and his dad's really setting him up to be something special. In around 760, we start to see charters being issued under the name of Charlemagne. The year after that, his father led a campaign against Aquitaine that he joined in on. Aquitaine was at the time led by Duke Hunald, who was constantly in rebellion against the reign of Pepin the Short. Unfortunately, in 768, Pepin would die on this campaign after falling ill, and Charlemagne and Carloman would succeed their father jointly. They were coronated separately, Charlemagne at Noyon and Carloman at Soissons, but on the same day, the 9th of October. According to all accounts, they maintained separate palaces and separate spheres of influence, although they were considered joint rulers of a single kingdom, which is, once again, interesting. There is a kind of a provision in history and a couple other cases for like joint kingship, but it usually doesn't happen in this way per se. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like the Spartans practiced a joint kingship where they had a king who reigned in war matters and a king who reigned sort of in home and economic matters. And you could technically call the Romans having two consuls, two rulers. And I am grasping at straws there, but there is not a lot of providence for sort of a two-ruler system. So it's honestly impressive to me that it lasted this long. So, of immediate concern to both of the brothers was this ongoing rebellion in Aquitaine. So together they marched against Aquitaine, but during this, Carloman would just return to Francia for no reason that we know, and Charlemagne completed the campaign on his own, capturing Duke Hunald and marking the end of 10 years of war, bringing Aquitaine into line. Because of Carloman's refusal to participate in this war against Aquitaine, there was a vast rift that grew between the two kings. Likely it's because they disagreed over control of territory, or Carloman felt more secure in his role by dealing with the people back in Francia than taking on people at the borders dealing with Aquitaine. Regardless, the joint rule was still maintained at this point, and both worked together to obtain the support of elites and clergy to solidify their positions. So Stephen III, the new pope, was elected in 768, and then deposed by an anti-pope, and then restored in Rome, briefly. And while this factional struggle within the Roman Church was occurring, he sought the support of the Frankish kings. Both sent troops to Rome, each hoping to exert their own individual influence on the Pope, which is interesting. Interestingly enough, they weren't the only one. The Lombard king at the time, Desiderius, also had some interest in the affairs of Rome, but Charlemagne gained him as an ally, and through him, he then gained alliances with Bavaria and Benevento through the marriages of Desiderius' daughters to their leaders. And so it created an interesting sort of sphere of influence for Charlemagne. His mother Bertrada would go on his behalf to Lombardy in 770, brokering marriage alliances, before returning with Charlemagne's new bride, Desiderius' other daughter, named Desiderata, or possibly Gerperga.
We really shouldn't be laughing at these.
I'm sorry. I know it's not nice to laugh at people's names. People laugh at my name. It's a funky one, you know? It's the alliterative. It's the alliterative part. Yeah, my initials are all the same, so. But obviously it's Sekhie Serpens Sorcia. But Gerperga. You're making a face too. It's like Bertrada. But Bertrada's a version of Bertha, so you know it's Bertha. Gerperga, I don't know, man. We'll call her Desiderata. At the time, so the Pope at the time, Stephen, was a little bit worried about this start of a Frankish-Lombard alliance, because that was a kind of an unprecedented amount of allied power that could be levied to sort of force his hand or support another candidate. So he sent letters to both kings saying, do not have this marriage, while trying to tighten his ties with Charlemagne. A bad decision. We know who won. History is 2020. At this point, Charlemagne actually already was in a relationship with another woman. Her name was Himiltrude, and they had already had a son in 769 that they named Pepin. Pepin was born before legal marriage, but in the history records it doesn't specify as to whether Charles and Himiltrude were married at any point, or perhaps joined in a non-canonical marriage, or Friedelehe, or if they married after he was born. We don't actually know. Pope Stephen's letter called it a legitimate marriage, but he also has demonstrably a vested interest in Desiderata's daughter not marrying Charlemagne and brokering a Franco-Lombard alliance. In 771, Carloman suddenly died. Leaving Charlemagne as the sole king of the Franks. He immediately moved to secure all of his brother's territory, forcing his brother's widow, Gerberga. You made a face. You made a face.
Because you keep pausing. I wouldn't make a face if you didn't keep pausing.
He made her go to Desiderius's court in Lombardy with their children, in effect exiling them. In response, he then ended his marriage to Desideratus' daughter, marrying Hildegard, who was the daughter of Count Gerald, who was a powerful member of Carloman's kingdom. This was both sort of a reaction to the sheltering of Carloman's family and also wanting to secure the support of the powerful men in his brother's half of the kingdom. So at this point, he has become sole king of this entire region. So the first campaign he went on was against the Saxons. He's like, we gotta beat those Saxons. Yeah. Because the Saxons had, of course, engaged in border raiding against the Franco kingdom, and that was absolutely not cool. So he responded, destroying the pagan shrine Irminsul at Eresburg, seizing their gold and silver. This successful war pretty much helped secure his reputation amongst his brother's supporters and secured funding for further military action. This would also mark the beginning of approximately 3 decades of continuous warfare against the Saxons by Charlemagne, who really didn't like the Saxons, if you couldn't tell. In 772, a new pope succeeded, Pope Adrian I, and he wanted to return the cities captured by Desiderius to papal control. He was not able to negotiate this with Desiderius, so instead he sent emissaries to Charlemagne to try to enlist him in helping him regain papal territory. Charlemagne, motivated by this appeal and honestly still looking at the fact that Carloman's sons were alive in Desiderius' court, was like, yeah, absolutely. He did try a diplomatic solution first. He did offer to, give Desiderius a bunch of gold in return for getting the papal territories back and his nephews, although that offer was soundly rejected, and so he took his army and besieged the capital of Pavia in 773. This was actually, notably, a year after his second son Charles had been born, and he actually brought this child with him to Pavia at camp. Hildegard was again pregnant and gave birth to a daughter that they would name Adelheid. This baby was sent back to Francia and would die along the way. Charlemagne left Bernard, one of his lieutenants, to maintain the siege at Pavia while he took a force to Verona, where Adalgis had taken Carloman's sons. Adalgis was the son of Desiderius. He captured the city, and no further record in the history books exists of his nephews or of Carloman's wife, and their fates are unknown.
They're in Verona, right?
Two lovers in fair Verona.
It's probably those damn Montagues.
It reminds me of, the Princes in the Tower? You know that story?
I might, but I don't know if that's the name it would typically go under.
No, so War of the Roses. One of the kings married to Elizabeth of Woodville. Elizabeth of Woodville has 10, 12 children, 2 younger sons. They're the ones who are set to succeed the throne after her husband, who's the king. But he dies, and his brother takes over, and then her sons are sent to the Tower of London to live there in safety, and no one knows what happened to them. We don't technically know what happened. I mean, they died, but...
Maybe they're still there to this day. Their souls never leaving.
They are actually one of the sets of rumored ghosts that you could see in the Tower of London. It's quite a famous story in British history. But this reminds me of that a little bit. Anyways. My own notes say compare this to The Boys in the Tower from the War of the Roses. Next. Great minds think alike! Me and myself is what I mean. Me, myself, and I, we share the same opinion. Some historians put forth the possibility that Charlemagne maybe sent his nephews to a monastery because an act of murder would not have smoothed his rise to power. Bullshit. Adalgis, however, survived and fled to Constantinople. In 774, he would leave the siege so that he could celebrate Easter in Rome that year, and Adrian would arrange for a welcome of the Frankish king in a formal manner, and they would swear oaths to one another over a relic of St. Peter. Eventually, Adrian would show him an agreement between Pepin and Stephen III that would show how the papal lands and rights that they wanted, Pepin had agreed to protect and restore. Unfortunately, though, the lands and rights in the agreement is pretty unclear. We don't actually know which lands that they were talking about, but it said that Charlemagne left a copy of his agreement in the chapel above St. Peter's tomb as a symbol to his commitment, and then returned to the siege at Pavia. Shortly after this, the Lombards were beset by disease and surrendered by June. He deposed Desiderius and took the title of King of Lombards, and thus we have Charlemagne, King of the Franks and King of the Lombards.
Mother of dragons.
First of his name. Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea. So we are 2/3 into our list of titles that I said at the beginning. And we're 30 years into his life? No. Yes. Approximately. My math is fuzzy.
I mean, 2 titles in the back. That's not that hard. How many titles have you got?
Shut the fuck up. Charlemagne was pretty easily able to secure the support of Lombard nobles and Italian elites in urban areas, seizing power in an annexation that was predominantly of peaceful means. Largely, it's possible that because the Lombard monarchy was somewhat elective, this might have sort of eased his takeover of those lands. Or it just could have been that, some historians think that the Lombard elites had this idea that rightful authority belonged in the hands of whoever was powerful enough to take it. Which is very pragmatic. That's a really good way to run a business. So, however, while he was on campaign in Pavia against the Lombards, guess who took advantage of his absence in Italy to raid the borderlands? Those damn Saxons! Those darn zany Saxons. And so Charlemagne was drawn back into Italy as the Duke of Friuli rebelled against him. He would crush this quickly, distributing this man's lands to Frankish men to better consolidate his rule in the region. He would winter there, further consolidating his power, issuing charters, and taking hostages. And in the middle of 775, his daughter Rotrude was born in Francia.
Can the Saxons stop making enemies of mythologized kings for 5 minutes?
Why? I do think it's fun to note Rotruda, unlike her older sister, did actually survive. And originally, she had been betrothed to the Byzantine Empire, Constantine VI, whose mother Irene was ruling as a regent at the time. But when she was 11, this fell apart, and Charles declared he would never allow any of his daughters to marry. And so Rotrude, Beatrude, and Gisela, the daughters, would never wed. They each would take lovers and have children, though. She did have a relationship with a man named Rorgo of Rennes and had a son with him, Louis, who became Abbot of Saint-Denis. But she did never marry, and she did eventually become a nun. That was really the best place for me to get any sort of dialogue on his kids in, is to go as they pop out for some of them, especially the daughters, because they're not all super interesting. So he would then return north after dealing with those in Italy, waging a destructive but brief campaign in 776 against, guess who?
Is it them Saxons again?
It's them damn Saxons! He would capture many Saxons during this one, and a lot of them ended up submitting to baptism and becoming Christian. In 777, he had an assembly at Paderborn, which was held for both Frankish and Saxon men, and a lot of Saxons then decided willingly to come under his rule, but the magnate, Widukind, fled to Denmark to make preparations for a new rebellion and war. His third son, Charlemagne, was also born this year.
Named after the person that he deposed, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah, and the person that his father deposed. Oh, okay. So, the Franks and the Saxons were not the only people present at this Paderborn assembly, which is pretty interesting because there was actually representatives from Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus. This included Yusuf ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Fihri, who was the governor, the former governor of Cordoba, ousted by Caliph Abd al-Rahman in 756, who were seeking his support for al-Fihri's restoration. The governor of Barcelona and Girona, Suleiman al-Arabi, was also present, and he wished to become part of the Frankish kingdom. Like literally receive Charlemagne's protection rather than remain under the rule of Cordoba. At this point, Charlemagne was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll intervene. I'll get more land. I'll take some of Spain. So he took an army, crossed the Pyrenees, and was ambushed by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. And they were soundly defeated, although they did withdraw with most of their army intact. So, small victories. He returned to Francia to greet his new twin sons, Louis and Lothair, who had been born while he was in Spain. Man, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 kids so far? I think we're at 7. I could be wrong. We might
French
be at 6.
People, I really like your chances of being descended from Charlemagne.
Especially because even though his daughters didn't marry, they took lovers and had kids. Like, man, maybe check that ancestry. This is like the Genghis Khan of Western Europe.
We should get like an Ancestry.com sponsorship going.
Right. Unfortunately, Lothair would die in infancy. Louis didn't, though. And Louis was also called Louis. Keep saying Louis. It's Louis. He was also known as Louis the Pious, or Louis the Fair, or Louis the Debonair. And he did actually become co-emperor with his father for a brief time later in life that we will get to in a little bit. So, again, while Charlemagne was gone, Guess who?
Them Saxons.
Them zany Saxons were back, and they had seized his absence
It's like
to
the
send...
Team Rocket of Charlemagne's reign.
Prepare for trouble and make it double. The Saxons. So he would then send an army into Saxony in 779 for like the 7th time he's sending an army against them. But this time he took time. He held assemblies, legislated, addressed a famine. His wife had another daughter, Bertha. We talked about her briefly already. And he himself would end up returning to Saxony in 780, holding assemblies, receiving hostages, overseeing their baptisms. On the whole, he's not being quite as brutal this time round. In 781...
the 4th time around that they managed to survive and raise an army against you again, you kind of have to give them some respect.
That was like the 7th. So in 781, Charlemagne and Hildegard took their 4 youngest children, leaving Pepin and Charles at Worms. Hey, we talked about Worms during our recent reacts. Do you remember which one?
No.
Siegfried and Kriemhild.
Ah.
Worms, the capital? The Merovingian state? That's where we talked about the Carolingians and Merovingians. I could not remember. It wasn't a recent Reacts. It was a Reacts I edited recently.
Yeah, that's why you remember it and I don't.
That's why I remember it. So they left the older 2 kids, making the journey, which had been requested by the Pope. The Pope would baptize Charlemagne, renaming him Pepin, resulting in him sharing a name with his half-brother. Louis and the newly renamed Pepin were anointed and crowned, Pepin, the king of the Lombards, and Louis, king of Aquitaine. This was not nominal. They were actually sent to live in these kingdoms under the care of regents and advisors. At this point, a delegation from Empress Irene of Byzantine came to Charlemagne during his stay, and they agreed to betroth their children. So his daughter would protrude to her son, Emperor Constantine VI. While they were in Rome, Hildegard gave birth to Gisela, her 8th child. My count was spot on. Actually, no, 9, because he had a kid with someone besides Hildegard. I think I might have forgotten one. However, after they returned to Francia, she would have another pregnancy, but she died from this one.
I was gonna say, that poor woman.
There is worse in history. However, this child they named for her, and it died shortly after.
See, that's just unfortunate.
Okay, but best husband, Charlemagne would then commission epitaphs for both of them and arrange for daily mass to be said at Hildegard's tomb.
Aww.
Yeah. To be fair, remember, he turned down a betrothal that would... I mean, he got rid of a betrothal that would have led to him having a stronger alliance with another man in favor of marrying Hildegard, so... I mean, there's definitely some love in this marriage, I think.
I'd hope so, with how many kids came out of that.
9 of them. Charlemagne's mother also died in 783.
Oh, rough year.
Oh, yeah. A kid, his wife, his mother. Oof. Wouldn't
Past,
want to be him
future.
in 783. However, so remember, this happens in like May, June, right? By the end of the year, he'd remarried to Fastrada, daughter of an East Frankish Count Radolf.
Yeah, you kind of have to, though.
At a certain point, Fastrada was actually his 3rd or 4th wife. Hildegard was his 2nd or 3rd wife. So keep in mind, they would have a few children, which we will, I'm sure, hear about when they pop out in my notes. What? So you remember Widukind, who went to Denmark? Remember him from the Paderbrand?
No.
Well, I do. In 782, he returned to attack the Franks in Saxony. He would defeat the Frankish army there, possibly due to like some infighting amongst the Frankish counts that were leading it at the time. And after learning of this, Charlemagne came to Verdun to face him, but Widukind fled before his arrival. So Charlemagne would convoke magnates of the Saxons to an assembly, compelling them to turn over prisoners to him. Otherwise, he would regard their previous acts as a treachery. Records say that he had 4,500 Saxon prisoners beheaded in what is called the Massacre of Verdun. Unfortunately, while the number may have been slightly exaggerated, this is an event that most historians agree did happen. And it's not really in doubt. And it's possibly one of the most brutal things he did during his reign, was just execute thousands of people for the actions of a few. So, in the immediate aftermath, or perhaps just before the massacre, he issued the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae, which was a legal code that had a harsh set of laws that cracked down on pagan practices, essentially imposing the death penalty for all those who practiced pagan things, and the entire document was essentially aimed at suppressing the idea of Saxon identity as separate from a Franco identity.
Genocide.
For the next several years, his entire focus would be attempting to complete a total subjugation of the Saxon people. First, he went to Westphalia in 783, pushing into Thuringia in 784 as his son, Charles the Younger, continued operations in the west. At each stage, the Frankish armies seized wealth, carried captives into slavery. He remained campaigning through the winter rather than resting with his army, and by 785 he had cowed the Saxons and took complete control of Westphalia. That summer he would meet with Widukind and convince him to end his resistance, with Widukind being baptized with Charlemagne as his godfather, ending this phase of the Saxon Wars. Which is a relatively interesting ending to an interesting event. We're going to call it that.
Interesting's a good word for it.
Yeah. So, remember Benevento and Bavaria?
No.
Too bad. So, he had a... So, when he was set to marry Desiderius' daughter Desiderata, he would have gained alliances with Bavaria and Benevento because they were allied with Desiderius.
Oh shit, is this going to come back to bite him? Is this some, like, red wedding situation?
So, Benevento, Bavaria, and the Revolt of Pepin. In 786, Charlemagne traveled to Italy, arriving around Christmas time. He marched into the Duchy of Benevento. The Duke, Arecus, fled to a fortified position at Salerno before offering him fealty. He accepted this along with hostages, including Arecus' son, Grimoald. High-ranking hostages were pretty common during the courts of Europe at this time. Essentially, you swear fealty to a new king, and then you send your son to be educated at his court, and he's technically a hostage, but he's learning to grow up in the court of this person that you've sworn fealty to, so he'll have loyalty to this person, and your loyalty is guaranteed because that's your heir there in that court, and if you do not behave, they kill him. Or they kill you and put him in your place. While in Italy, he also met with envoys from Constantinople. Irene had called the Second Council of Nicaea. We're going to have to talk about the councils of Nicaea at some time, the ecumenical councils, but it's not going to be now.
I think we have a Constantine servant.
We do. Oh, okay. I can tackle ecumenical councils then. See, but the thing was, remember, she called the Second Council of Nicaea, but, she didn't invite Charlemagne or anyone who was Frankish. So you see a problem here. Especially because at this time, they have an alliance, because their kids are going to get married. So Charlemagne broke the betrothal of his daughter and Constantine VI. And then swore that his daughters would never marry. A proclamation that did indeed survive and last. He would then leave Italy, with Arecus sending envoys to Irene to immediately offer her an alliance in order to protect him from Charlemagne, who had just left. Kind of risking your hostages, man. He suggested that she should absolutely send a Byzantine army along with Adalgis, the exiled son of Desiderius, to remove the Franks from power in Lombardy. Unfortunately, before this plan could be finalized, Aldecus and his oldest son, Romuald, died of illness within weeks of each other. I really want to laugh and say illness, but no, in this case, they got sick and died.
Look, sometimes in medieval Europe, illness is actually illness.
Yeah, so Charlemagne would then send Grimoald, the younger son, back to Benevento to serve as duke and keep it under Frankish suzerainty. The Byzantine army did invade, but were very quickly repulsed by Frankish and Lombard forces working together.
Well, I'm repulsed by French people as well.
Well, so after he dealt with Italy, he turned his attention to Bavaria, which was at the time ruled by Duke Tasilio, who was his first cousin installed by Pepin the Short in 1748. Tasilio's sons were also grandsons of Desiderius, unfortunately, and therefore a threat to his rule in Lombardy. The two kingdoms had a rivalry throughout their reigns, but had sworn oaths of peace in 781. And so Rotpert, Charlemagne's viceroy in Italy, accused Tisilio of conspiring with Widukind in Saxony to attack the Bavarian city of Bolzano. So Charlemagne prepared forces to invade Bavaria. Once again, to do with the Saxons in some way.
The Saxons, the cockroaches of medieval Europe.
Oh.
Remember, they were given, in Arthurian legend, they were giving them some problems too.
Yeah. So Tassilo surrenders and recognized Charlemagne as his overlord. And then, immediately, within a year, he was accused of plotting with the Avars to attack Charlemagne, deposed, sent to a monastery, and Bavaria was absorbed into Charlemagne's kingdom. Very quickly done. He would spend the next few years in Regensburg to consolidate his rule in Bavaria and warring against the Avars. He was successful in these campaigns in 788, and he led more campaigns in 791 and 792. In 789, he would give Charles the Younger, one of his sons, rule over Neustria, leaving Pepin the Hunchback as his only son without land. His relationship with Himmeltrude was definitively illegitimate at his court, and Pepin, the result of which, became sidelined in the succession.
Pepin succession.
Right. But, in 792, Pepin, unhappy with this, while his father and brothers were all at Regensburg, conspired with Bavarian nobles in order to install himself king by assassinating all of them. The plot was discovered, revealed to Charlemagne, and he was sent to a monastery, and his co-conspirators were executed. At least he didn't execute the son? I don't know.
His family has a long history of just sending their family members to monasteries.
Oh, absolutely. In the 790s, Charlemagne had a pretty... He shifted towards a pretty intense focus on ecclesiastical matters. He would summon a council to address the theological controversy over adoptionism doctrine in Spanish church, as well as creating a response to the Second Council of Nicaea, which he hadn't been invited to. His council would condemn adoptionism as heresy, producing the Libri Carolini, an argument against Nicaea's canons. He would call another council in 794, confirming Regensburg's position on adoptionism and Nicaea, recognizing deposition of Tasilio. He would also set the grain prices, reform the coinage system, forbade abbesses to give blessings to men, endorse prayer in the vernacular, and then Fastrada, his third or fourth wife, fell ill and died during that same year, and then he married the Alemannian noblewoman Luitgard shortly after. Luitgard was the daughter of Lutfrid II of Sundgau, which is an Almanian court. And we don't know a ton about her other than she liked writing letters, and she accompanied Charlemagne on his great hunts every year. So, with Saxon resistance continuing...
Because of course.
Of course. He gathered an army after this Council of Frankfurt and began a series of annual campaigns that would last until 799. These were far more destructive than those of the earlier decades, frequently referring to Charlemagne burning, ravaging, devastating, and laying waste to the Saxon lands in accounts of the period. He forcibly removed massive amounts of Saxons to Francia, installed Frankish elites and soldiers. These extended wars at Saxony had him establish a court at Aachen, which had access to the frontier, building a large palace and chapel, which is now part of the Aachen Cathedral. It was during this period that Einhard would first join the court. Einhard was the historian who we talked about earlier. In the south, Pepin of Italy continued wars against not Pepin the Hunchback, but the other Pepin, because remember, there are two Pepins and they're half-brothers and they're both his sons. This Pepin would lead further wars against the Avars, leading to the collapse of their kingdom and expansion of Frankish rule to the east. During the 790s, he also attempted to work through diplomatic means to expand his influence. He paid particular attention to the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain, which is ironic since he was fighting against the Saxons. Charles the Younger, his son, proposed a marriage with the daughter of King Offa of Mercia, but Offa wanted Charlemagne's daughter Bertha to be given as a bride for his own son. Charlemagne didn't want that because, remember, he said that his daughters would never marry, and so the marriage did not occur. Charlemagne and Offa did enter a formal peace that protected trade and secured the rights of English pilgrims to pass through France on their way to Rome. He would also serve as protector of several deposed English rulers who were later restored. Eadbert of Kent, Ecgbert, King of Wessex, and Eardwulf of Northumbria. Charlemagne largely kind of treated these Anglo-Saxon kingdoms like sort of provincial states that kind of belonged to him, and would establish direct relations with the English bishops at the time, and then he would make an alliance with Alfonso II of Asturias, although some historians describe Alfonso as a dependent rather than an alliance partner. Now, in 795, we got another new pope, Leo III this time. And Leo III was politically unpopular and faced a lot of accession. And in 799, his enemies had accused him of various crimes and attempted to remove his eyes and tongue. Casually. So he escaped, seeking Charlemagne's help. And Charlemagne, at the time, still campaigning against the Saxons, broke off to meet with him at Paderborn in September. He heard evidence from the Pope and his enemies, and he would send Leo back to Rome along with royal legates with instructions to reinstate the Pope and further investigate matters there. The year after, he made plans to go to Rome after an extensive tour of his lands in Neustria. He met Leo in November near Mentana, which was the 12th milestone outside Rome, the traditional location where Roman emperors began their formal entry into the city.
I see where this is going.
Charlemagne there would preside over an assembly to hear the charges, but he did not believe, or he claimed not to believe, that anyone could sit in judgment of the Pope. Instead, Leo would swear an oath in December, declaring his innocence of all charges, that was then accepted. In 800, on Christmas Day, at Mass in the St. Peter's Basilica, Leo claimed Charlemagne as emperor and crowned him. In doing so, he became the first reigning empire in the West since the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in 473, and his younger son, Charles the Younger, was anointed as king by Leo at the same time. And now we have Charlemagne, king of the Franks, king of the Lombards, emperor of the Carolingian Empire. What a life trajectory. And just think, if it wasn't for those damn Saxons, it probably wouldn't have happened.
I like to think of the Saxons as the equivalent of Shocker to Spider-Man. It's the first villain that every great king has to confront.
Yeah, that's probably fair. So, historical records actually differ on whether Charlemagne was aware of or actively participating in the planning of his coronation as emperor. Some historians say that, he would never have entered had he known the plan, but most modern historians think that this was just a literary device used to show his humility, which I personally agree with. So, let's see. For Charlemagne and Leo, the Roman Empire was they considered it to be a contemporary power in European politics. Partially, the Byzantines had continued to hold a portion of Italy, with borders not super far south of Rome, and Empress Irene remember how she was regent for her son, Constantine VI, in 797? Well, in 797, she deposed him, blinded him, and seized the throne from him. And then became the first reigning Byzantine empress. And Constantinople did not like this because she was a woman and she blinded and deposed the proper king. So that's fun. Some people say that the presence of a female ruler in Constantinople was basically seen as a vacancy in the imperial title and therefore a justification for Leo to crown Charlemagne as the Roman emperor.
Because a woman could be a Roman emperor.
God forbid. God forbid. But by becoming emperor, Charlemagne was essentially given the right to attempt to impose his rule and control over all of Italy. And while it was a sort of title that granted him greater power, it came with an assumption of greater political and military risk, because to assert the control that he now had in name, he would have to physically wrest control from the people who held it, who were unlikely to give it up. Which is, honestly, I don't believe that he was unaware of the plan to crown him as emperor. But if he was, what a baller move from Leo to eliminate the power of the Byzantines to the south. To just be like, that is a woman and not an emperor. There is an opening. Here is my candidate. And now that he's crowned, all of Italy is yours. And if they do not obey you, you can subjugate them. like my enemies to the south of Rome, who are currently under the control of that pretender empress.
You're right. That is such a baller political.
That is a fucking baller political move. So like, I really do highly doubt with him meeting him like traditionally 13 miles outside of Rome, like the emperor,
and then walking in
and doing all that. Like, I highly doubt he was unaware, but oh, what a thematic move if he was. What a political
Maybe he
win.
just didn't know his like old Roman political history.
He read Latin.
Oh yeah, no,
he read Greek. He was educated as a king.
He absolutely knew what was going on.
Yeah, this man absolutely knew what was being done. So like, kudos to like, if he like, in some ways, kudos to Leo, because Leo really did get himself out of like a spot of trouble with political opposition by doing this.
Like, the guy has shown himself perfectly willing to genocide people who are causing problems. So like, you found the perfect man for the job.
Yeah, pretty much. Fun fact, the Charlemagne's coronation as the emperor of what would become the Holy Roman Empire would lead to literally centuries of conflict between his successors and those of Constantinople, called the problem of two emperors, and the rejection and or usurpation of the Byzantine emperor's claim to be the universal preeminent Christian rulers. So much for that. So in 801, after providing his judgment over a couple ecclesiastical disputes, he left Italy and would not return to Rome again during his life. Although he would continue sort of the trends he established in the 790s, his reign from the 800 onwards is characterized by a more sedentary rule from Aachen. While there was still conflict until the end of his reign, there was a pretty relative peace during this imperial period and a large focus on internal governance. The Franks would continue to wage war, although this was increasingly on defending and securing frontiers rather than expanding them, and Charlemagne would no longer commonly lead his armies personally. And keep in mind, in the 80s, like he's creeping up past 50 at this point, so he's getting old for a man living in the 800s. There was an expansion of the Spanish March countries by a series of campaigns led by Louis against the Emirate of Cordoba, culminating in the capture of Barcelona, which is pretty significant. And then in 802, he issued the Capitulare Missiorum Generale, which was a capitulary, a piece of legislation that had provisions that governed the conduct of royal officials, requiring all free men to swear a loyalty oath to him as the king. It reformed the institution of the missi dominici, officials who would now be assigned in pairs, a cleric and an aristocrat, who would then administer justice and oversee governance in all defined territories. He also ordered a complete revision of the law codes of both the Lombards and the Franks. So at this point, according to the Missi, we know that Charlemagne essentially used his sons as sub-kings to rule parts of his empire. So Pepin and Louis had some authority as kings in Italy and Aquitaine. Charlemagne was still the ultimate authority. And their older brother was made into king and given the rule over lands of Neustria in the 780s, 790s, right? In 806, the charter Divisio Regnorum, division of the realm, set the terms of his succession. Charles, as his eldest in good favor, was given the largest share of this inheritance. He was supposed to rule Francia proper, along with Saxony, Nordgau, and parts of Alemannia. The two younger sons gained some additional territories, Pepin got Bavaria and the rest of Alemannia, and Louis got Burgundy, Septimania, and Provence. Interestingly enough, in this Divisio Regnorum, guess what he didn't discuss? The inheritance of the Imperial title. The Divisio did provide, though, that if any of the brothers predeceased Charlemagne, their sons would inherit, and he wanted peace amongst all his descendants. Should have outlined the descendancy of the Imperial title then, honestly. Don't leave that up in the air. So, Charlemagne wanted it all. He wanted Constantinople to recognize his imperial title. So several delegations were exchanged between Charlemagne and Irene across 802 and 803. The chronicler Theophanes claims that he made an offer of marriage to Irene, and she almost accepted it. However, she was deposed by Nikephoros in the first, who was unwilling to recognize Charlemagne as emperor.
Oh man, that is unfortunate. Like, that was like one wedding away from being like the actual reconstruction of the Roman Empire right there.
Damn, well now I'm headcanoning Charlemagne and Irene married. Imagine how much the world would have changed if the Byzantines and Holy Romans had never been in conflict after this point in history.
And that was close to it from the sounds of it. Like, they were in discussion, like actual reasonable discussions when that deposition happened.
Yup. So, I said Nikephoros did not accept his rule, so the two emperors came into conflict over the control of the Adriatic several times. In 810, he attempted to send envoys to Constantinople, with the caveat that he said he would give up his claim on Veneto if they could make peace. Nikephoros died in battle before the envoys could leave Constantinople, but his successor, Michael I, would confirm this peace, sending his own envoys to Aachen to recognize Charlemagne as emperor and Basilius. He would then issue the first Frankish coins mentioning his imperial title, although papal coins had used his imperial title as early as 800. He sent envoys and initiated diplomatic contacts with the Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid in the 790s, like much before he became emperor. But and at the time, as a sign of friendship, he'd requested an elephant as a gift. And Harun actually did send him an elephant named Abdul Abbas. That arrived in 802 in Aachen.
I know Harun al-Rashid. I recognize that name.
Yeah, you should.
I know where I know him now.
Where do you know him from?
He appears in multiple, or I think at least one, if not multiple, stories in the 1001 Arabian Nights. Mm-hmm. So when my brother and I were doing Scheherazade for the campaign, we really had to look into him.
Yup. I was wondering if that would be what you knew him from. So, throughout the first decade of imperial rule, the Byzantines maintained cordial relationships with the Abbasids, but Harun actually sought to undermine Charlemagne's relations with Nikephoros because he was at war with the Byzantines. And as part of this, he gave Charlemagne nominal rule of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, as well as other gifts. Are you seeing the lead up to another major historical event that happens between the Holy Roman Emperor and the Byzantine Empire and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem? I'll let you all in the comments just think about what that event could be. Events. Multiple. Repeated. 5 of them. 4? 5. However, Harun died, and when he did, there was a succession crisis, and under his successor, churches and synagogues were destroyed across the caliphate. Unable to intervene directly, Charlemagne attempted to send specially minted coins and arms to Eastern Christians in order to restore and defend these churches and monasteries, and these coins served as imperial propaganda. He became involved in a religious dispute between Eastern and Western Christians over the recitation of the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, which was sort of the fundamental statement of Orthodox Christian belief. The original text had been adopted at the Council of Constantinople, professing that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father, But in Western Europe, the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son, which inserted the Latin term filioque into the creed, meaning that there was a traditional difference that, honestly, until 807 didn't cause a major conflict, but after 807, it did start to cause a conflict. And this is why you get the difference between, like, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and, like, other... the rifts within Orthodoxy have started to form. Interestingly enough, Frankish monks appealed this dispute in Rome. Pope Leo affirmed the text of the creed, omitting the phrase, passing the report on to Charlemagne. Charlemagne would then summon a council a few years later, defending the use of filioque, sending this to Rome, where Leo would say that the Franks were allowed to maintain their tradition, but asserted that canonical creed did not include filioque. Leo would then commission 2 silver shields with the creed in Latin and Greek, omitting filioque, and hanging them in St. Peter's Basilica. It's kind of a big fuck you. Leo, man, no, you did so good putting him on the throne to put him between you and the people who didn't like you. Don't fuck that up now.
You had a good relationship there going.
Yeah, don't fuck it up now. So, who do you think comes up next in the story?
Next?
Oh, I'm not done.
I don't know.
Well, so remember how Charlemagne was in continuous conflict with the Saxons?
Did they come back?
No.
Oh.
It's the Danes. So Scandinavia, because of the wars of the Franks with the Saxons, Scandinavia had been brought into contact with the rest of sort of Europe in a more warlike context surrounding Charlemagne. And so the Danes would begin to raid Charlemagne's lands by the 800s. Actually, Charlemagne would engage in his final campaign in Saxony in 804, taking control of territory east of the Elbe and removing the Saxon population, giving the land to the Obotrites. And during this, the Danish king Guffred, uneasy at this extension of power, agreed to meet him to arrange peace. And these talks were not successful.
The Danes have begun invading our land. What should we do? Attack the Saxons again.
Until 808, the northern frontier did remain quiet, though. But then Guffred, along with some allied Slavic tribes, led an incursion into the Obotrite lands, extracting tribute from over half of this territory area. Charles the Younger led an army across the Elbe in response, but only really attacked some of Guffred's Slavic allies, which was interesting. So they attempted diplomatic overtures again in 809, but no peace was made. Danish pirates raided Phrygia in 810, although we don't know if they were actually connected to Guffred. Charlemagne would then send an army to secure Phrygia, while he himself led a force against Guffred, who had challenged the emperor to face him directly in battle, supposedly. This battle never took place, as Guffred was murdered by 2 of his own men before Charlemagne arrived. His successor, Hemming, immediately sued for peace, and a commission led by Charlemagne's cousin Wala reached a settlement with the Danes in 811, and they did not continue to pose a threat for the remainder of his reign, but the effects of this war and expansion into Saxony would actually create the factors for intense Viking raids across Europe in the 9th century, which would lead to all the stories we get about Vikings raiding across Europe in the 9th century. So, everyone who talks about the Vikings, be sure to thank Charlemagne tonight.
You can shank him too.
But thank him first, because he's the reason why we have Viking raids. So, in 810 and 811, the Carolingian dynasty suffered some pretty heavy losses. Charlemagne's sister, Gisela, his daughter Gertrude, his son, Pepin the Hunchback, Pepin of Italy, and Charles the Younger all died in those 2 years.
Rough years.
Yeah, the deaths of Charles the Younger and Pepin of Italy left his earlier plans for succession in disarray. He would declare Pepin of Italy's son Bernard as ruler, and his only surviving son Louis as heir to the rest of the empire, as his other son did not have a kid. He would complete a new will that would detail the disposition of his property, bequests to grandchildren, children, churches, and, you know, Einhard, one of the historian at court, recounted that Charlemagne viewed the deaths of his family members, an accident he suffered falling off a horse, astronomical phenomena, and the collapse of part of the palace in his last years as signs of his own impending death. He continued to govern with energy, ordering bishops to assemble in 5 ecclesiastical councils, culminating in a large assembly where he would formally crown Louis as his co-emperor and Bernard as king in a ceremony in September of 1813, and shortly after he would become ill, spending his last few months of life praying, fasting, and studying the Gospels. He developed pleurisy, became bedridden for several days, and died in January in 1814. According to one biographer, the emperor's last words were, "Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit," quoting from Luke 23:46. His body was prepared and buried in the chapel at Aachen by his daughters and palace officials on the same day. Louis would arrive 30 days after his father's death in Aachen, making a formal adventus, taking charge of the palace and the empire. Charlemagne's remains would eventually be exhumed by the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165, and reinterred in a new casket by Frederick II in 1215. It's originally believed that he was buried in the Proserpina sarcophagus, but he was reburied into the Karlschein in 1215 is the name of the casket, and it is actually a very specific looking casket that you can visit, and it's very interesting. So, unfortunately, his political legacy was not incredibly successful at what I think he wanted it to accomplish. The peace of his reign would not outlast him by very long. Louis's reign was marked by strife. His own sons rebelled against him. Following Louis's death, the empire was divided into West, East, and Middle Francia during the Treaty of Verdun. Middle Francia saw more divisions over several generations. The Carolingians would rule in East Francia until 911, and in West Francia only until 987. After 887, the imperial title was held by a series of non-dynastic Italian rulers before completely lapsing out of use in 924. In 962, Otto the Great conquered Italy and was crowned emperor, and he founded the official Holy Roman Empire that would last until 1806.
Gotta love these great kings whose empires don't really last beyond them.
Yeah. I have an idea floating around in my head that I've been fleshing out for a while about something that I want to potentially pursue as like an academic paper. Something. I'm not going to talk about it here because it's still kind of like an idea in my head, but I'll have to tell you about it later because I've got a hypothesis.
Well, I think we intrinsically feel that.
Yeah.
That
No.
great kings...
I've got a specific hypothesis here about length of reign, political instability, the kind of the survival rate of children, and a couple other things all meeting together. And then all of that in relation to empirical longevity of empires. But something I think I might want to look into, because this is yet another example. I was actually surprised because I didn't know about this. And reading this, I was like, oh, this actually fits my hypothesis pretty well, which was interesting. But keep in mind, so he dies in 813. He's born in 748. So, I mean, that's what? 70 years? 70-ish years? I'm bad at math, so it's somewhere between 65 and 75. Which is a pretty ripe old age. I mean, man lived to be a good age. He had many, many wives, many, many children. And that's pretty impressive. I think that's pretty cool. I would like to make the comment that despite the Carolingian line essentially ending after him, Charlemagne is considered the direct ancestor of most of the European ruling houses, including the Capetian, Ottonian, Luxembourg, Hervé, and Habsburg.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that he had the Baratheons' luck in weddings.
Not really. I mean, he seemed to have gotten along relatively well with all of his wives, except for Desiderata.
Fair enough. I meant more of the ones that followed towards the end of his reign, like him, the falling out with his daughter, the wedding that his daughter would have had, and then his own potential falling out with the Byzantine Empire.
Oh, yeah. It would have been interesting if his daughter had united the two empires. I mean, That actually would have been pretty impressive. Although I think in that case, he still, like, his title would have still passed on to one of his sons, and then they would have just been, like, related. And honestly, that's not... If you look at European history, just being, like, siblings with another king is not really a super
That's
strong
like
relation.
A 1-2 generation lasting piece right there.
If one. Because if you look at, like, Henry VIII, there were a couple relationships that were, like, within a generation that were absolutely not obeyed. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah. So technically, throughout Charlemagne's reign, I would like to actually mention that there was a period of cultural revival known as the Carolingian Renaissance due to increased trade and sort of cultural blend and mixing all across this sort of area of Europe, with intellectual life at court actually being not dominated by a single sort of ethnic group, but actually by scholars of many different areas, Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Visigothic, Italians. It was students. Charlemagne promoted ecclesiastical schools and publicly funded schools, obviously for the elites, but these schools taught Latin, literacy, grammar, arithmetic, other subjects, liberal arts. It was expected that even priests in rural parishes could provide basic instruction in literacy and religious matters, which is pretty interesting. Because I suppose he really wanted the broadest level of Carolingian society to have some level of literacy and education, which I personally think is pretty admirable. There's also extensive legal treaties coming from this time, and something called the Carolingian minuscule script was developed and popularized, which was... I love this. It was a simplified script that could be written small and fast so that they could copy more books and produce more copies of books, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. So do you want me to hit up the Paladins before we do them, or do you want to do Charlemagne first? Or...
Let's just go through the Paladins.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this is not one of those situations where I'm going to be able to unweave the two.
Well, I can tell you right now, you're probably not going to get to talk today then.
We'll see.
So, Paladins. Like my character that I obsess over in Baldur's Gate 3, Paladins are some of the most interesting people in historical characters.
The wiki screen, unless you want to do like a nice PowerPoint presentation for them during your history section.
I'm not doing a PowerPoint presentation. It's Paladins. Paladins are literally legendary knights. So they're said to be members of Charlemagne's court during this 8th century, but they first appear in 12th century medieval cycles, chansons de gestes, in France, where essentially this was just the French version of the Knights of the Round Table and Arthurian romance, without being Arthurian romance and the Knights of the Round Table. These were romantic portrayals. There were chivalric paladins that represented Christianity against the Saracen invasion of the Muslims into Europe, which is actually pretty ironic since he had relatively close ties with several Muslim empires during his time in rule. But it essentially would turn Charlemagne and his generals at court, who did not exist until 4 centuries after he did, and only appeared a few
one
of
or
them.
Two that were actually like Roland is probably going to come up.
But because Roland is supposed to be at the Battle of Roncesvalles, and we talked about the Battle of Roncesvalles.
And that, from my own research, that and the mythologizing of that is kind of what led to a lot of these Paladin stories.
But the vast majority of them, like most sources for the 12 Paladins, don't even agree on the same 12 names. No. There's like 6 that are generally agreed on. It's like Roland, Mandricardo, Bradamante.
Mandricardo was not one of the Paladins.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong list in my head. Ogiers, Fiedegras, Rinaldo, who is also known as like Renault of something else, and a couple others. Yeah, but we are going to get into the Song of Roland. Also, the Paladin class in D&D.
the long and the short of it here is that Roland is kind of your Tony Stark of the Paladins stories.
He really is. So, names of Paladins vary. There's always 12, though. Likely because it is a number with Christian associations. And they are typically led by Roland. The most influential appearance of them is in the Song of Roland, which was written sometime between 1050 and 1115, narrating the heroic death of Roland at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. We talked about Roncesvalles Pass. That was when Charlemagne thought that he really wanted to claim parts of Cordoba and Barcelona and everything else. And the rulers at the time and former rulers invited him in to relieve themselves from the rule of those horrible Spanish people, even though they themselves were all Andalus, Muslim, Spanish. And so they went in over the Pyrenees and then got soundly beaten back out of the Pyrenees. So the legend is based on the Umayyad invasion of Gaul and in conflict of the Marca Hispanica between the Emirate of Cordova and the Frankish Empire. So the name actually comes from the word Count Palatine. And a Count Palatine, or Count of the Palace, was an official that was attached to a royal imperial palace or household. Later a nobleman, a rank above that of an ordinary count. They were used, the term originates in the late Roman Empire, and in the Middle Ages it is associated with the Holy Roman Empire, especially the Electoral Palatinate, which is a constituent state of the Holy Roman Emperor, with its origins under rulership of the Counts Palatine of Lotharingia in 915, then restructured under the Counts Palatine of Rhine in 1085. From 1214 until the Electoral Palatinate was merged into the Kingdom of Bavaria in 1805, the House of Wittelsbach provided the Counts Palatine or electors. These Counts Palatine of the Rhine would serve as prince electors from time immemorial, noted as such in papal letters. So this is a word that comes from an establishment that existed in ancient Rome but was just a part of life from like 915 until like the 1800s. And House of Wittelsbach is also another major house that kind of contributes to the royal lines of Europe in the 16 and 1700s and 1800s. So Palatines were actually pretty important. They were essentially needed to run royal households and such like that, which is why they became like so famous in writings. In the Middle Ages, the title Count became increasingly common, and so some people would style themselves as Count Palatine to signify that they were above the other counts, which is pretty friggin' hilarious, I think. Like really, you're gonna do that? So we do have some historical Merovingian and Carolingian counts. So there's the Robertians, which were in the 600s to 700s, a little bit before our time of use. Although we do have Adelard of Paris from 877, which is a little after. We also have King Lothar of France giving Herbert III of Amosis the title in the 900s, Count Palatine of Champagne. And then it was also used in the Holy Roman Empire, but in Saxony, which I think is fun. So remember how I said Emperor Otto I established the Holy Roman Empire in the 10th century after the whole Carolingian thing didn't last? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he established the County Palatine of Saxony. Hey, the Saxons! They're back! The fucking Saxons. The fucking Saxons. Okay, I'm trying to find the phrasing I had. I don't want to read this whole section because I don't think it's necessary. Nah, I'm gonna skip it. The part I was reading was unnecessary. So, the Song of Roland. So I've read the Song of Roland. I actually have it in this room. It's in one of my books over there.
I assume you have like the entire world, like mythology in here somewhere.
Actually, that is my goal. I have a list. I am still missing some, but I am trying to collect like major epics and sort of literary classics from all over the ancient and medieval world. So if anyone has like some things that they think I should have that you think I might not already have, let me know in the comments. I know some of you are into history, so let me know.
It won't be complete until you have the novelization of Shrek in here.
That's disgusting. Get fucked. So Song of Roland is 11th century chanson de geste. We already talked about this, based on the Frankish military leader Roland and the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass during the time of Carolingian King Charlemagne. It is the oldest major work of surviving French literature, and as a result, I had to read it for one of my classes before I read Le Morte d'Arthur, because Le Morte d'Arthur was written after the Song of Roland, and it takes a lot of inspiration and story notes from the Song of Roland. So it is an epic poem written in Old French, although the final text is about 4,000 lines long. So we already talked about how it was written much later than it was set. They think it's written by a poet named Terold or Teroldus, but other narratives say that it might have been old enough to have been an influence on the First Crusade, actually, which would have put it like back in the 1030s, perhaps. Oh. God, I want to fucking... My nose is itching. So, fun fact. Historically, this account of the Battle of Roncesvalles is literally impossible. According to Einhardt's Vita Caroli Magni, right, life of Karl the Great, the antagonists of this story are the Basques, incited to attack Charlemagne's army to avenge the looting of Pamplona. However, in the poem, his army is fighting the Muslims in Spain. They have been there for 7 years, and they are attacking Saragossa, led by King Marsial of the Muslims. Threatened by the might of Charlemagne's army of Franks, Marsial seeks advice from Blancandrin, who counsels him to conciliate the emperor, offering surrender and giving hostages. Accordingly, he sends out messengers, promising treasure and Marsial's conversion to Christianity if they will go back to Francia. Charlemagne and his men accept this offer of peace, select a messenger to Marsi's court. The protagonist Roland, Charlemagne's nephew, nominates his stepfather Ganelon as messenger. But Ganelon is afraid of being murdered by the enemy in the poem, and so he accuses Roland of intending this, and takes revenge on him by informing the Saracens of a way to ambush the rear guard of Charlemagne's army, led by Roland, as they re-enter Francia through the mountain pass. He is correct in predicting that Roland does lead the rear guard, along with Oliver and Archbishop Turpin, who are two of the other knights. Oliver and Turpin. Those are the names I was forgetting. So the Muslims ambush them at Roncesvalles, and the Christians are easily overwhelmed. Oliver pleading with Roland to blow his horn and call for help, but Roland telling him that would be an act of cowardice. Roland continues to refuse, and Oliver will not let Roland see his sister again, whom Roland loves the most. Archbishop Turin intervenes, tells them that the battle will be fatal for all of them, and instructs Roland to blow his horn Oliphant, which is an old alternative word to elephant, referring to a hunting horn made from an elephant tusk, which I know is an important part of stories surrounding Roland. And Roland is a Fate character, correct?
Yes.
So he better have an Oliphant. He also better have Durandal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You were less sure about the Oliphant.
I had to think about it, but I know it's brought up.
Yeah. The horn. So the emperor hears their call on his way back to Francia, and he and his noblemen gallop back, even though Ganelon tries to trick them once again. The Franks fight well, but almost all of Roland's men end up dead, and he knows that the army can no longer save him. Despite this, he blows the Oliphant again to summon revenge with such vigor that his temples start to bleed. He then succumbs to his wounds and dies a martyr's death. Angels come to take his soul to paradise. Very Christian. When Charlemagne and his men reach the battlefield, they find the bodies of Roland's men utterly annihilated. They pursue the Muslims into the river Ebro, where they drown. Meanwhile, Bradamante, a powerful emir of Babylon, has arrived in Spain to help Marsil. His army encounters that of Charlemagne at Roncesvalles, where the Christians are burying and mourning their dead. They fight valiantly. When Charlemagne kills Bradamante, the Muslim army scatters and flees, leaving the Franks to conquer Saragossa. With Marsil's wife, Bradamante, Queen of Saragossa, Charlemagne and his men then ride back to Aix, their capital in Francia. The Franks then discover Ganelon's betrayal and keep him in chains until his trial, where he argues that he was merely taking legitimate revenge. The Council of Barons assembles to decide his fate, is initially swayed by this, partially out of fear of his friend Pinabel, who threatens to fight anyone who judges Ganelon guilty. But one man, T.H.E, argues that because Roland was serving Charlemagne when Ganelon delivered his revenge on him, Ganelon's action constitutes a betrayal of Charlemagne. Pinabel challenges T.H.E to trial by combat, and by divine intervention, T.H.E kills Pinabel. By this, the Franks are then convinced of Ganelon's treason, and he is torn apart by having 4 galloping horses tied to each arm and leg, and 30 of his relatives are hung. Bradamante, the former queen of Saragossa, converts to Christianity, changing her name to Juliana. And while sleeping, Charlemagne is told by Gabriel to ride and help King Vivian, and he then bemoans his life. The poem's written in stanzas. It's interesting to read, but I don't think it's incredibly important for me to really talk about that a whole lot. The main characters here are Bradamante, who's the emir of Babylon, Bradamante, the queen of Zaragoza, Charlemagne, Ganelon. Do we have Ganelon in Fate?
No, not
Okay.
yet.
Oliver, obviously Roland's friend, mortally wounded by Margrice, representing wisdom. Roland, the hero of the song, nephew of Charlemagne, wields the sword Durandal, and is the rear guard of the troops. And Turpin, Archbishop of Reims, who represents in the story the force of the church and wields a sword called Almace.
You've actually seen Durandal in Fate. There is a point, you probably don't remember it, like, for jack all. But, original Fate Stay Night 2006, Gilgamesh pulls like this. I have all the prototypes of every weapon.
Oh, yeah,
and I
he
have
pulls
the
out
prototype of
Durandal.
Excalibur. Pulls out Durandal.
Yeah, which would make sense because La Morte d'Arthur is kind of based on these earlier chansons de gestes like Song of Roland.
And there's a lot of mythologizing around Durandal within the Charlemagne mythos that makes it predate Excalibur.
Yeah, so in this story, one of the 12 paladins is called Berengier. He dies in this standoff with the Marsi troops. Ogier, who is a Dane, who leads the 3rd column of Charlemagne's army against the Balagantes. And then, obviously, T.H.E, Pinabel, and a couple of the others that are important. So, Durandal. According to the Song of Roland, this sword was given to Charlemagne by an angel, and it contains the tooth of St. Peter, the blood of St. Basil, the hair of St. Denis, and a piece of the raiment, the garments, of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And supposedly, because of this, the sharpest sword in all of existence. He gives it to Roland, who uses it to defend himself single-handedly against thousands of attackers. According to one 12th century legend from Rocamadour, he once threw the sword into a cliffside, and there they actually have a replication of the sword there embedded in the cliff face next to the town's sanctuary, which is pretty interesting. So Durandal is obviously older than and kind of more significant than just the presence as part of sort of Roland's story. Like, it's not just the sword that Roland wielded. It's a sword given to him by Charlemagne. Charlemagne was given it by the Archangel. Which is pretty interesting. So, historically, the historical Roland is a little bit different from the one we get in the... Before you remind me. Historical Roland's a little bit different. So, the only mention of an actual Roland in history is once again from the Vita Caroli Magni, which is a book I do mean to get a copy of, which is written by Einhard, who is a part of Charlemagne's court. And although Einhard has some interesting takes on some things, in general, I mean, most historians, there's a grain of truth at the center of everything. So, Roland presided over the Breton March, Francia's border territory with the Bretons. There's a particular passage in there that talks about where he comes from. It says that, and it talks about the conflict with the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. It says, he placed garrisons at selected points. They marched into Spain with a large force. The army passed the Pyrenees. Charles received the surrender of all the towns. He, returning to Francia with his army, was safe and intact, but high in the Pyrenees on that return, experienced the Basques. The Basques had the advantage in the skirmish because of their lightness, and as a result, Roland, the lord of the Breton March, along with many others, died in that skirmish, but this deed could not be avenged at that time because the enemy had so dispersed after the attack that there was no indication of where they could be found. Supposedly, he was the first official appointed to direct Frankish policy in Breton affairs, as under the Merovingian dynasty, the local Franks had not pursued specific relationships with them, and so the frontier castles like Vitre, Ile-et-Vilaine, and those south of Mont-Saint-Michel, now that are part of like Normandy and Brittany, that's kind of the area. To this day, this region actually has a kind of Gallo language called Breton that is still spoken and learned. And they actually have legends of local heroes like Roland that have continued to this day. 3 years ago, France's submission to the Eurovision contest was actually a song sung in Breton, which is interesting. So this is still like a living separate language and culture that exists within France, but is not culturally French per se. And they still have these sort of stories of great heroes like Roland, which I think is pretty freaking cool because there's not a lot of places left in the world that are like that. Obviously, he became a medieval icon because of the Song of Roland and all these other things. I mean, his life was turned into an epic tale of chivalry and righteous death. And we love that. People love that, apparently. You know? It's stunning. Beautiful. Love it. This is not the only story he's featured in, but we'll get to some of the rest of them. So, there's 2 other stories that I think I should cover based on who you've given me to cover for servants, and that's the Orlando Innamorato and the Orlando Furioso. So, Orlando Innamorato, or Orlando in Love, is about the heroic knight Orlando, or Roland, published in the 1480s. And this is about the beautiful Angelica, daughter of King of Cathay, comes to Charlemagne's court for a tournament where pagans and Christians can participate. She offers herself as a prize to anyone who defeats her brother in the fighting competition. But the second to fight, Ferraguto, kills Argelia, and so she flees, chased by the leading paladins, like Orlando and Rinaldo, our second paladin that we will meet. Stepping into the forest, she drinks at the stream of love, which makes her fall in love with Rinaldo. But Rinaldo drinks at the font of hate, making him conceive a passionate hatred for Angelica. She asks a magician named Malagigi to kidnap Rinaldo and bring him to an enchanted island while she returns to Catayo, besieged by King Agrican, another of her admirers, in the fortress of Albraca. Orlando eventually comes to kill Agrican and free her, and he succeeds. Afterwards, Rinaldo, who's escaped from this enchanted island, tries to convince him to return to France to fight alongside Charlemagne, and consequently, Orlando and Rinaldo duel furiously. In the meantime, Saracen king Bradamante has invaded France with a massive army to avenge his father, who was previously killed by Orlando. This causes Rinaldo to rush back to France, chased by Angelica, who's still in love with him, who is chased by Orlando, who is in love with her. Back in the Ardennes forest, though, they drink from the opposite founts, and so Orlando and Rinaldo duel for Angelica, and Charlemagne entrusts her to the old and wise Duke Namo, offering her to the one who will fight most valorously against the infidels. But at the same time, the Saracen paladin, Ruggiero, another one, and Rinaldo's sister, Bradamante, fall in love. The poem just stops. The narrator explains that he can write no more because Italy was invaded by French troops headed by King Charles VIII. So this is a torrid three-way love affair with this Bradamante and Ruggiero also mentioned in the background, which I think is fucking hilarious. Like, my God, what are those things called? Soap opera. It's a fucking telenovela. It's a soap opera. It's drama at its finest. And we're here for it. So, Orlando Furioso, The Frenzy of Orlando, is an Italian epic poem written around 1516, although the complete form didn't come out till 1532. This is once again about Orlando or Roland, but this takes place the same thing against to the background of the war of Emperor Charlemagne and Saracen king Agramante, who had invaded Europe to avenge the father of his brother. Orlando, the most famous paladin of Charlemagne, has been tempted to forget his duty to protect the emperor because of his love of the pagan princess Angelica. At the beginning, she escapes from a castle of the Duke Namo, and he sets in her pursuit. Eventually, they kind of meet through various adventures until she saves a wounded Saracen infantryman named Medoro, falls in love, and elopes with him to Cathay. So this is count number 4 of men in love with her? When Orlando learns this, he goes mad with despair, rampaging through Europe and Africa, destroying everything in his path. As a result, the English knight Astolfo has to journey to Ethiopia on a hippogriff to find a cure for Orlando's madness. You see why I'm including these 2 stories in particular. Orlando Innamorata and Orlando Furioso. There's a reason. Because I could have skipped over this, and then I remembered back, because I know a little bit about Astolfo, because Realm has him in campaign. So, I knew that he was a rider, and I knew that he had a hippogriff. I was like, you know what, I should include the story where he has a hippogriff. So he flies up in the flaming chariot of the moon belonging to Elijah to find where everything lost on Earth is found, which somehow includes Orlando's wits. He brings them back in a bottle and makes Orlando sniff them, which makes him sane again. Man, I wish I could sniff some sanity. At the same time, Orlando then falls out of love of Angelica, because love itself is a form of insanity, according to the author, which is great. Orlando then joins with Bradamante, not Bradamante, Bradamante, and Oliver to fight against Agramante, Sabrino, and Gradasso on the island of Lampedusa. There, Orlando kills King Agramante. Another plotline in this book is the love affair between the female Christian warrior Bradamante and the Saracen Ruggiero. They too endure many hardships. See, Ruggiero is at one point taken captive by Alcina the sorceress and must be freed from her magical island. He then rescues Angelica from an orc. He avoids the enchantments of his foster father, Atalanta the wizard, who does not want him to fight or see the world outside of his iron castle, because he looked into the stars, and what he saw written in the stars was that if Ruggiero converted himself to Christianity, he would die, and he didn't want him to die. But he doesn't know this, so when he gets the chance to marry Bradamante, as they had been looking for one another throughout the entire poem, he converts to Christianity and marries Bradamante. Rhodamante appears at the wedding feast 9 days after the wedding, accusing him of being a traitor to the Saracen cause. Because remember, Bradamante is technically on the side of Charlemagne, and Charlemagne is fighting against the Saracens, and Ruggiero is a Saracen. And so the poem ends with a duel between them, Ruggiero killing Bradamante, and the final lines of the poem describe his spirit leaving the world. Ruggiero and Bradamante are the ancestors of the house of Este, Ariosto's patrons, whose genealogy he gives at length in the 3rd canto of the poem. This poem also contains Orlando's cousin, Rinaldo, the paladin, who's also in love with Anglica, the thief Brunello, the Saracen Ferrao, Sacripante, the king of Circassa, who's another Saracen knight, and another tragic heroine named Isabella. I need another soda.
I know you're not. I have my own notes here. I know you're not.
I'm just going to start on the Morgante next. Because that seems the next logical place to go. Okay. I can do this.
Do you need to go grab another soda?
No, if I grab another soda, I'm going to be awake all night. So, moving on to our next epic tale. The Morgante, or the Morgante Maggiore, the Greater Morgante, which is a name given to the 30,000 line Italian-Roman epic. Published in 1481 and 2. 30,000 lines. This poem tells the story of Orlando and Renaud de Montalban, or Rinaldo, who were the most famous of Charlemagne's paladins, in what can only be described as a burlesque fashion. No, I don't have a page for this. That's fine. Essentially, the titular character, Morgante, is a giant who becomes a follower of Orlando after Orlando stops him from attacking the monastery of Chiaramonte, converting him to Christianity. But after a bunch of weird adventures, Morgante is eventually killed by a bite from a crab. Other characters in this include Morgante's friend Margut, who dies in laughter, a demon named Astaroth, who's philosophically inclined, and the poem ends with an account of Orlando's defeat and death at the Battle of Roncesvalles. This is also another one that I want to get a copy of because the first set of cantos were first translated by Byron in the 1820s. And in 1983, a poet finally translated into English all 30,000 verses. So this is something I do want to get a copy of. But essentially, it's just another story about Orlando and Rinaldo and the Battle of Roncesvalles and other paladin adventures in the style of burlesque and like kind of 1400s chivalric romance. Like, this was the shit you hid in your pillow drawer. So we are actually now moving on to some of the other paladins. So Oliver, we've mentioned him a few times. Oliver is also referred to as Oliver de Vienne or Oliver de Gien, who was a knight in the Song of Roland epic. In this story, he is the closest friend of Roland, brother-in-law to be, and one of Charlemagne's 12 peers, as well as dying with Roland at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. His name, according to some people, has been linked to the olive tree, which is a biblical symbol of divine wisdom, making him the character representative of wisdom in the story, because each of the paladins supposedly represents like a different virtue or strength or something like that, because symbolism and writing and authors and Christianity. Oliver's generally, across the mediums that he's depicted in, he's generally seen as like wise in combat, has a lot of poise, and he at one point told Roland that heroism tempered with common sense is a far cry from madness, because reasonableness is to be preferred to recklessness. And personally, I agree. He was impaled from behind by the Saracen Marganis. Before dying, he used his sword Hauteclair to split his attacker's head open with one blow. Good for him. Hauteclair is a somewhat famous sword, and it's described as being made of burnished steel with a crystal embedded in a golden hilt. I don't think Oliver is a character in Fate, but no, I thought I'd just, I'd mention it.
That's the word of the day when we're discussing characters in Fate. Not yet.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go too deeply into him, but his other most pivotal chanson is the Gerard de Vienne, which was written in the 1180s. And this is about his uncle fighting against Charlemagne and kind of the conflict between the two. He appears in a few other poems along with Roland, and he appears in most of the stories involving Fierabras, because they're presented as rivals and equals. And Fierabras is a Moorish giant who, you know, is also somewhat pivotal to this story, because Charlemagne, when he invades Spain, sends his knight Oliver to battle Fierabras, and the giant, upon being defeated, converts to Christianity and joins Charlemagne's army. And eventually, I think in some versions, Fierabras becomes part of the 12 Paladins, but it depends on the version you're reading. So, Archbishop of Reims, Turpin. This is another character who may or may not have lived. If he did, it's likely that his name may have been Tilpin or Tulpin, which was corrupted into Turpin, and that he may have been the Bishop of Reims from about 748 until around 800, give or take 6 years. For a long time, it was considered that he was the writer of Historia Caroli Magni, which is also known as the Pseudo-Turpin Chronicle. But, you know, remember. Supposedly he was originally a monk and then sort of ended up becoming acting archbishop and then Bishop of Reims, becoming a full bishop after the death of Bishop Milo of Trier, who he served as a core bishop under, like the historical character, of course. And he might have known Carloman the First, the brother of Pepin, who was the father of Charlemagne. But Carloman the First could also be the son of Charlemagne and the brother of the other Pepin. Yeah. There's too many Carloman and Pepins in this story. I don't like it. So essentially, they're just some legends of this kind of warlike martial archbishop have gathered around Turpin specifically, although they may have been confused with his predecessor Milo, because according to one historian, Charles Martel, the grandfather of Charlemagne, drove the Archbishop Rigobert from his office, replacing him with a warrior clerk named Milo, and afterwards also a bishop of Trier, which could have created this situation where they were talking about Milo, but then those legends a few hundred years later were associated to Turpin, and Turpin became sort of a warrior clerk and bishop that was with Roland and was one of Charlemagne's knights. Okay. Ogier the Dane. I like Ogier. He's fun. So he's actually... Ogier the Dane is a historical composite. He's based on Autarchius Francus, who was aligned with Desiderius of Lombardy, and Othergius, who is buried in Mox. In the Old Norse story Karla Magna Saga, he was called Odger Danski, but became more widely known as Holger Danski, given the pedigree of being Olaf, son of King Gothric, in a 16th century translation. And he has become a modern Danish folklore hero with a sleeping hero motif attached to him, and eventually became a symbol of Danish identity and patriotism and anti-German nationalism during the period of you-know-when. Because when would those two things be happening at the same time? 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count. So it's believed that he was based on Otkarius or Otker, who was a knight that served Carloman, and he was famous historically because he's the knight who escorted the widow of Carloman and his children to shelter with Desiderius, the king of Lombardy, and eventually surrendered to Charlemagne. And remember the story of what happened to the wife of Desiderius and the children of Carloman. when Charlemagne took over. The boys in the tower. However, this Ogier and Otkarius could have also been a construction of Adalgus, who was the son of Desiderius, who played a similar role. And then there's also Otgarius, a benefactor buried in San Faro at Mu, who became connected with Ogier in a written work called Conversio Othgari Militis. So there's kind of a combination of like 3 people, maybe 4, that have conglomerated into sort of one person in the stories. So his first appearance is in the Chanson de Roland. He is not named as one of the 12 paladins, though he is usually one of the 12 paladins in other works. In the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass, he is part of the vanguard commanding the Bavarian army against Balagant in the latter half, playing only a minor part. But the Pseudo-Turpin, remember that one? That one says that he was killed at Roncesvalles, which is interesting. So he actually does have his own story. He has a 13,000 line 13th century poem called Le Chevalier Ogier de Danemark, which is written supposedly by Raimbert de Paris, preserved in 6 manuscripts, telling stories of his earlier years, rebelling against Charlemagne, the eventual reconciliation they had, and it is now considered generally a retelling, but it's the one that really goes into him as like his own individual character. According to that, he is thought to have fought alongside the Lombards because Charlemagne attacked at the Pope's bidding, like the siege of Pavia, but there was no fighting of the Saracens here. The chief material of the first branch is Ogier fighting against the Saracens, and remember, in the kind of romanticized chivalric versions, the Saracens are always the enemy, because you always make the Muslims the enemy when you're European in the 1400s. You never make the other Christians the enemy. In an interesting commentary I wanted to make, though, is there's another version of Ogier's story written in the 14th century where he travels to Avalon when it is ruled by King Arthur and becomes a paramour of Morgan Le Fay.
Great. I was wondering if the weird crossovers with the King Arthur mythos would come up.
Yeah, so there's a Roman de Ogier, a reworking in Alexandrines in the 14th century, written about this. Which is fucking hilarious. And what happens is that Ogier the Dane also appears supposedly in the Arthurian context as the Saxon prince Orltz the Dane, or de Danemark, or the Red Knight in the Vulgate Merlin, or Arthur and Merlin, which I talked about the Vulgate Merlin and the various Red Knights in our other video, and I think because of that I mentioned Charlemagne and the Paladins, and then I was like, but we're not going to get into that now. We're getting into it now.
Round Table Part 2.
Oh, no. Is Ogier the Dane a fake character?
I'm 90% sure he's probably brought up somewhere. He might have a little mini supporting characters tab on the Type Moon wiki, because he's so connected to the Arthurian mythos as well. He does not have like a fleshed out servant yet.
Okay, so not a fleshed out servant. All right. Then I will let you guys all go read that 13,000 line poem on your own, knowing that he was the lover of Morgan Le Fay. Have fun.
Just know this establishes the myth cinematic universe.
Mm-hmm. It really does. Come on, Chunky Monkey. Come on. I believe in you. Come on. No. Okay. I would like to make another connection, slightly more obfuscated, between fate and King Arthur and Charlemagne, in the form of Huon of Bordeaux. Did you look this up?
Nope.
So I don't have much to say on this. I have one specific thing I want to say. So, Huon of Bordeaux is a poem. It tells about a knight who accidentally kills the son of Emperor Charlemagne, Charlotte. But he's given a reprieve from death on the if he fulfills an impossible condition. He must travel to the court of the Emir of Babylon, return with a handful of his hair and teeth, slay Emir's mightiest knight, and 3 times kiss Emir's daughter, Esclarmonde. Does that sound like anything else? The Green Knight. But, Huon accomplishes these feats with the assistance of a particular fairy king, Oberyn. And thus is all she wrote on the subject. Sorry, I had to include that. It is literally 3 lines I found when I was looking it up, and I was like, it's perfection. We're just, I need the conspiracy board here. I've connected them!
Look, if we had a conspiracy board big enough, I would absolutely love to, like, have one going.
We do not have a conspiracy board big. We would need a whole wall. You would need a whole wall for this shit. Alright. So I do want to brief touch back on Fierabras, just because there's one thing I want to cover from Fierabras. So oldest text of this is from the 1170s. It's a chanson de geste, about 6,000 Alexandrians. That's fine. So it's about the Saracen king Balan and his 15-foot tall son Fierabras, who come back to Spain after sacking St. Peter's in Rome, taking the relics of Passion. Charlemagne invades, sends his knights Olivier de Vienne and Roland sends his knight Olivier de Vienne to battle Fierabras. Once defeated, the giant converts to Christianity, joining Charlemagne's army, but Olivier and several other knights are captured. Floripus, Fierabras' sister, falls in love with the Guy de Bourgogne, who is another of Charlemagne's knights in this telling. Guy de Bourgogne is also called Pope Calixtus II, Guy of Burgundy, and was the head of the Catholic Church from 1065 to 1124. Knick-knack. This man was Pope for almost 60 years. Do you know what kind of power that takes? A lot. I've read my notes wrong. I had 2 dates right next to one another. I'm just going to re-say that entire section. This man was Pope from 1119 to 1124. 5 years.
Yeah, that changes things a fair bit.
Homie, I hope you know I will not be keeping that in. But yeah, basically, this claims that there's a knight from the 1100s who's one of Charlemagne's knights, which is totally does not agree with historical canon because Charlemagne was 300 years before this, so fuck that shit. We're gonna ignore him. But Fierabras, he was a giant, and he was a Saracen, and he converted to Christianity.
Sounds
and I think that's great.
Paladins of Charlemagne.
It really is. 15 feet tall. We love it. Okay. Renaud de Montabaton, one of the four sons of Duke Aemon. Renaud possesses 2 things important: a magical horse and a sword. And his magical horse is called Bayard, and his magical sword is called Froberge. Do you recognize those names? You should, because I think Renaud de Montabaton is a servant. Because this is Ronaldo di Montalbano. And I bet you Ronaldo is a servant.
Ronaldo, he's an implied servant, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Not
well, because Bayard's a noble phantasm.
Yes.
Forget. Because Ronaldo's the character. We already talked about the Morgante, Orlando Innamorato, and Orlando Furioso. But he does actually have a bunch of his own stories. So, one of the oldest versions of his story is a old French story called the Quatre Filles Aemon, or the Four Sons of Aemon. This was composed in the 12th century. And it follows that he and his 3 brothers, the sons of Aemon de Dordogne, who fled from the court of Charlemagne after Ronaldo accidentally kills Bertolai, one of Charlemagne's nephews. A long war follows. They remain faithful to the chivalric code of honor, and eventually Charlemagne is prevailed on by the rest of his paladins to make terms with them. The four brothers are pardoned on the condition Ronaldo go to the Holy Land on crusade, and that their magical horse Bayard, who could expand his size to carry all four brothers on his back, be surrendered to Charlemagne. Charlemagne orders that this magical horse be drowned by chaining it to a stone and throwing it in the river, but it escapes and lives forevermore in the woods. Ronaldo, after further adventures, returns home, eventually going to Cologne, where he becomes a builder on a shrine to St. Peter, and is murdered by resentful workers, but his body is saved from the river, makes its way in a cart back to his brothers. Charlemagne in these stories is pretty vengeful and treacherous, but this is an interesting earlier cycle, so I don't think that's particularly strange. People had different stories in different times. However, he does have his own cycle called the Roland de Mandricardo. This is a 13th century cycle, and this is a selection of poems, the Maugris d'Agremont, which is the story of the youth of Maugris, the Mort de Maugris, the Vivienne de Montblanc, the Bove d'Agremont, and the I think that's all of them. And essentially, it's just a bunch of long poems. The first is about the youth of Maugris, and Maugris is raised by the fairy Oriande, and then he's got his brother Vivienne. Vivienne is raised by Esclarmonde, who is the wife of Sorgalant, ruler of Montblanc. We mentioned Esclarmonde earlier. Maugis conquers Bayard, gains the sword Froberge, participating in a bunch of battles. He eventually saves his maternal grandfather, who's being attacked by Charlemagne, and his father, who is being attacked by Vivienne, who becomes the new ruler of Montblanc, and then discovers his identity and converts to Christianity. And in the end, Maugris gives Bayard and Froberge to his cousin Ronaldo. So it's not really about Ronaldo, but eventually it means that Ronaldo gets Bayard and Froberge. Mort de Maugis just tells of Maugis' death and how he becomes a senator at Rome. Vivienne de Montblanc, another story, largely tells the story of Vivienne, and the Bove d'Agremont tells the story of the father, Maugris Bove d'Agremont, who's a rebellious vassal of Charlemagne. We talked about Ronaldo in the Orlando Furioso already. He's also in a thing called it's a heroic crusader poem called Jerusalem Delivered. And no. Fuck me. I skipped a line. Text is too close together on my notes. Hold on. So, Roland de Montauban, who we're talking about now, is not to be confused with Ronaldo, although he is Ronaldo. He's not to be confused with Ronaldo, son of Bertoldo, who was the founder of the House of Este in Jerusalem Delivered, because there's technically two Ronaldos in Jerusalem Delivered, so you have to make sure you know he's the right one. And so that's the other Ronaldo. But, you know, that's fun. Want to hear something fun?
Sure.
Fun fact about this? During World War II, the Germans banned this from being told because it displayed sympathy for resisting authority, and so the play was performed underground, and it became super popular in culture there.
Hell yeah. Honestly, that makes me like it more.
Right? Ganelon is a traitor, and that's all that matters.
Bottom layer of hell. Got it.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'm going to talk about Astolfo. Because Astolfo's a little funky. Because he is one of Charlemagne's paladins. But he's also the son of Otto the First. And for those of you, gold star if you've been paying attention, that doesn't work. There's a small matter of a couple hundred years between the two of them historically. So, that's fun. Astolfo does appear by name, and he is mentioned in the Quatre Filles Aemon that I mentioned before when talking about the four sons of Aemon. But his first major appearance was in a 14th century epic poem called Le Prise de Pampelune. And then he became a major character in the Italian Renaissance romance epics of the Morgante, the Orlando Innamorato, and the Orlando Furioso. So, we talked about Orlando Furioso, but we didn't really talk about Astolfo. So Astolfo is the Duke, and he is trapped as he has been turned into a tree by the magic of Alcina, the evil sorceress who captured the other paladin. And so Ruggiero, when, traveling there, tries to tie his hippogriff to what he thinks is a tree, and it is Astolfo, who protests. And then he talks to this tree for a while, and he's like, oh, well, the tree obviously doesn't know what he's talking about, so I'm not going to avoid Alcina. And then he becomes bewitched. So Ruggiero is now bewitched, and eventually they're both rescued by the good sorceress Melissa. Astolfo has a bunch of pieces of, equipment that is magical that he shows throughout his different stories. A golden spear, the golden spear can knock opponents off their horses at any touch. Magic book that has spells capable of breaking any enchantment. And has an easy-to-consult alphabetical index. He owns a magic horn whose blast causes enemies to flee in terror, and rides a horse named Rabicano.
I wonder if you could start predicting what his noble phantasms are.
His horse is made of hurricane and flame, feeding on air, treading so lightly it leaves no footprints in the sand, and when it runs at full speed, it runs faster than an arrow. So Astolfo is famous. He defeated the giant Caligorante, who threw a net that was taken from the temple, and it is the net that Hephaestus used to capture Aphrodite and Ares during their adultery. Trapped, this giant, he would trap and devour travelers that passed near him. The hero defeated him, and then he paraded his giant form city to city, forcing him to ask as his beast of burden. He defeats the thief Arilla, who could not be killed because he was enchanted to regenerate from any injuries he received. Astolfo defeated him after looking up his name in the index of his spellbook, discovering that to defeat him, he just had to remove all the hair from his head, so he shaves him. And then escapes on his horse while the thief's headless body chases him. And after getting far enough away, he sits with the thief's head on his knees and cuts his hair off, killing him. He then loans his golden lance and Rabicano to Bradamante for a short time, while he takes his hippogriff and searches for Orlando's lost wits. Can I say, I want somebody to say someday that they have to take a horse and ride to the place where all things are lost to find my wits, bring them back in a bottle for me to sniff. Because that's fucking great.
Astolfo in legend is fucking wild.
Yeah, so he travels to Ethiopia meeting Sinapo, or Prester John, who is the emperor of that land, in a story that is very similar to Phineas in Greek mythology. This Prester John is blind and plagued by harpies who attack him every time he tries to eat. Astolfo blows his horn, chasing the harpies through the entrance to hell, sealing them inside, then flies his hippogriff to the summit of terrestrial paradise, meeting St. John the Apostle, who explains how to return Orlando his senses. He then takes Elijah's flaming chariot to the moon, where all things lost upon earth end up, and locates his wits in a bottle. Returns to earth, gains Prester John's aid in defense of Paris from the Saracen invaders. Interestingly enough, a lot of people choose to analyze him as an anti-hero. I just think he's wild. And I love him in myth. Obviously, I don't know him. Okay, I've got 3 characters left. Does that sound right?
Who are you still missing?
Bradamante, Mandricardo, and Ruggiero.
Yes.
Yeah?
2 of them have come up at this point, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about Bradamante first. So, a heroine, finally. A woman with power.
Would you believe me if I said that we have Bradamante but not Ruggiero?
Yeah. Yeah. Mandricardo and Ruggiero are both a little less known than Bradamante because Bradamante is a character in all 3 of the major epics concerning the Paladins of Charlemagne. So
But it's just fun to have like the woman be the more emphasized part of that story.
that is really nice. So, fictional knight heroine. She's present in the Orlando Innamorato and the Orlando Furioso, and has become a recurring character in Western art since. So she's a female Christian knight in the service of Charlemagne. She is the sister of Ronaldo, daughter of Duke Aemon, and who's the Duke of the Dordogne. She falls in love with the Saracen warrior named Ruggiero, but refuses to marry him unless he converts from Islam to Christianity. She wields a lance that unhorses anyone it touches. A magical lance. She's an expert in combat, and she rescues Ruggiero from being imprisoned by the wizard Atlantes, or Alcinas. I love this because we have strong woman save stupid man. She is described often as wearing white with a white shield with the crest of a pennon on it. She fights against the Saracen invasion in France, and while she is fighting Bradamante, Ruggiero informs her that Charlemagne is retreating, and when she tries to leave to rejoin the French forces, Bradamante stops her from leaving. Ruggiero, finding these actions dishonorable, steps in to fight him, allowing Bradamante to leave, but she is unable to catch up with the army, and so returns to Bradamante and Ruggiero. Bradamante is impressed with the honor of Ruggiero and Bradamante and rides off, leaving them together. They are mutually impressed with one another and share their identities. Bradamante removes her helmet, revealing to Ruggiero for the first time that she is a woman. An ambush then separates them. The two lovers throughout the story are separated many times, and they really just kind of come together occasionally and then get split up again. Eventually she has to go save him again from a castle of steel with the help of Melissa, and escape from Castle of Illusions. Eventually Ronaldo gives them permission to marry, but her parents say that he has to, even after he converts to Christianity, he's not good enough, and they want her to marry the son of the Greek emperor Constantine, who's named Leo. She convinces Charlemagne to decree that she will only marry a man who can withstand her in battle, which makes her parents wildly angry, but they agree. So Ruggiero then sets off to kill Leo, his competition. On the way, he finds Constantine's forces battling the Bulgarians. He assists the Bulgarians, turns the tide of the battle, is captured and imprisoned by the Greeks. Leo is impressed by him and frees him and asks him for a favor. And Ruggiero, grateful for this, promises to grant him whatever he asks. So Leo, and let me just tell you right now, think of Kriemhild. Leo, impressed by Ruggiero's valor, asks for a favor, right? Having learned of Bradamante's challenge and knowing he is not strong enough to win against her, he asks that Ruggiero fight Bradamante on his behalf. Ruggiero, reluctantly, keeps his promise, disguises himself as Leo, and fights Bradamante. He wins, and retreats to the woods, wishing to die. There Leo finds him and asks what's wrong. Ruggiero reveals his identity and his love for Bradamante, and Leo annuls the engagement to let Bradamante and Ruggiero wed. Now don't think of Kriemhild.
A happier ending to that story.
I know. Their marriage then gives rise to the noble house of Este, the patrons of Boiardo and Ariosto. The poem pretty much draws from all of the major things of Charlemagne, which is pretty interesting. There have been several operas written about this later, so La Bradamante, 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 Bradamante. Those are all different Bradamantes.
And they're all still saying Bradamante is the main character. We like it.
There was the story Il Ruggiero that she appeared in.
There we go.
And Alcina. But then she's also the leading character of Il Cavaliere Inesistente and Paladini Storia di Armi e d'Amori. And some other stuff. So altogether, stunning. We love it. Beautiful. Great ending. Great story. Beautiful.
Ooh, my boy.
Mandricardo. I love this man's name. It just makes me happy to hear it. So once again, Orlando Innamorato and Orlando Furioso. I mean, that's where it is. So the Saracen king of the Tartars and the emperor of Mongolia, Mandricardo, son of Agricane, ally of Agramante, who's the Saracen king of Africa, who they're fighting against in the Orlando Innamorato and Orlando Furioso. He's the one who discovers that his father was killed by Orlando. So in the Innamorato, he discovers that his father was killed by Orlando, who also claimed his father's sword, named Durindana, or Durendal. And he intends to avenge the death of his father. During this quest, he falls in love with the Doralice, the princess of Granada, fiancée of Bradamante. Remember Bradamante? We just talked about him with Ruggiero and Bradamante. He elopes with her and fights his rival in love. Upon chasing Orlando, the two duel for possession of the Durindana sword, and in the heat of battle, his horse begins to flee and takes him well away from the place, closely followed by Doralice. Mandricardo finds Durindana and the pieces of armor that Orlan threw away in his insanity, and confronts Zerbino, who is in that place. He almost kills him, and would have done so if Doralice, at Isabella's request, Isabella, the other heroine, hadn't asked him not to do it. Zerbino eventually perishes from many injuries that he sustained. Mandricardo and Doralice meet Bradamante, to whom the girl is actually betrothed, and they end up fighting over her because he eloped with this man's betrothed. Enough said. But also, Marsilio has requested the intervention of all the knights to help against Carlo, who's besieging his camps. So, Agramante first ask that Bradamante and Mandricardo resolve their issues over the love of Doralice, leaving the choice to her, and she chooses Mandricardo, and Bradamante leaves in shame and goes into the woods. Then he tries to challenge Mandricardo to a duel, which doesn't super work. The court largely favors Mandricardo, and Agramante really doesn't want to lose a good fighter between Ruggiero and Mandricardo. Like, he's like, I don't want to lose a good fighter, but Ruggiero's the one who wins. Yeah, and Mandricardo's death causes great pain to Doralice, who had been in love with him. And as you may have noticed by my switch about halfway through, Ruggiero, also known by a different name. Bradamante. Don't you just love? I hate it. I hate it so much.
I mean, we started off with Roland Orlando, so...
Yeah, I know, but... It just...
And then we have Charlemagne, Karl the Groat, first of his name, King of the Franks, mother of dragons going on, so...
I read my notes wrong again. They're not the same person. I'll just cut that section out. Sorry, but Ruggiero, Bradamante. So now, okay, we're finishing up with Ruggiero now. He's the last of them. So, Ruggiero, son of a Christian knight, Ruggiero II of Reggio Calabria, descendant of Astyanax, which is actually pretty interesting. So, Astyanax is the son of Hector, the crown prince of Troy. So he's a descendant of the crown prince of Troy. And
hey, would you look at that? A third mythology in the European mythology cinematic universe.
Oh yeah, that's true. A fun fact: he's the son of a Christian knight and a Saracen lady, the daughter of the king of Africa. So his father is murdered. His mother escapes to sea, lands on the shores of Libya, and gives birth to twins. Ruggiero is raised by Atalanta in Africa, and his sibling is raised separately. So Ruggiero is subject to two prophecies. If he converts to Christianity, marries Bradamante, sires a line of heroes to lead the noble house of Este, but be betrayed and killed shortly after his marriage, or remain a Saracen, be the cause of the downfall of all of Frankish Europe. So Atlante keeps Ruggiero hidden. Doesn't want him to die. But King Agramante of Africa wants to invade France and gathers his war council. Garamanta, or the king from Garamanta, rose and prophesied that an invasion was doomed unless they had Ruggiero on their side. He was their key to victory. However, Garamanta did not know about the other possible prophecy regarding Ruggiero. So Agramante went looking for Ruggiero but couldn't find him. The thief, Brunello, was sent to steal a magic ring from Angelica that would remove all enchantments from the wearer's eyes, so that Agramante could find the hidden castle and lure Ruggiero outside. He then gave him a sword, armor, and horse, and he entered a melee and became became a champion. Knighted he was by Agramante and eventually joined the Saracen army against Atlante's witches. Agramante's army joined up with Bradamante's forces fighting the Franks at Montalban. Ruggiero showing his military prowess, having duels with Orlando and Rinaldo, although both are interrupted. After the battle is over, he falls in love with the Christian knight Bradamante, Rinaldo's sister, but she is attacked and wounded by Saracen patrols, and he defends her honor. They are then separated several times. Atlanta takes him hostage, holds him in a castle. Bradamante rescues him. He's tricked into climbing on the back of a hippogriff, which flies him to an island east of India. There he's held captive by the enchantress Alcina. He forgets about his love for Bradamante, and then she comes and saves him with the help of Melissa again. Then he rescues the Princess Angelica, who has been offered as a sacrifice, and eventually is baptized into Christianity, marrying Bradamante. However, Bradamante appears at the wedding feast, accuses him of betraying the Saracens, and they fight, ending in Bradamante's death. Voila. I'm done.
Finally.
Sorry! I told you I had more info this time.
It's only 2.5 hours, not quite as long as our round table.
Well, I can cut like 15 minutes of that out. So, yeah, it's like 2 hours and 15 minutes. So it's not that bad. Okay. You've got 30 minutes. We can get through some of this.
All right, so take a guess to...
I did not see anything.
Take a guess as to... we're going to start with Charlemagne. Take a guess as to Charlemagne's class.
Ruler.
You know, we'll loop back to that, but not the one I'm presenting this time.
Oh. Well.
You know what? I feel bad. Yes, there is a Charlemagne ruler. That is going to be the last servant we cover for this entire video.
Is Charlemagne an older servant?
No, he's actually he's actually newer than a couple of his paladins.
Okay. Knowing that the ruler is a later version of him, is he a sword person? Saber.
Yes.
Okay.
So our first servant here is Charlemagne's saber.
Oh, it's a boy. I'm going to be honest, I'm so surprised by that. I was fully expecting a saber face.
Do you want me to give you a nice reassurance here? We
Sure.
are not covering a single gender bend today. Not quite. We'll get there.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Oh, he looks cool. I'm going to click into his... Yeah, he looks cool.
Yeah, he's actually from Fate Extella Link.
I saw that. I like this. I like that even more.
But you know what that unfortunately means? We're going to have quite a few Extella Link videos that we're not going to be able to include in the video.
I love this. Yeah, no, he looks really good. Yeah.
There is actually something interesting going on with that last form.
Why does this look like it comes... This looks familiar to me. The little crown thing.
I don't actually know. It's nothing I have noted down. It's just a design thing, I think.
Okay. All right.
So, this is the mythologized version of Charlemagne. With he takes more after Charlemagne from the
Hang
story.
on a second. Hello, audience. Do you still agree?
Oh no, that cat's gained some weight since then.
It's actually hurting my wrist to hold her like this.
Yeah, put her down. So, this Charlemagne takes more after the stories of Charlemagne and his paladins. You know, the historically inaccurate stories.
I was going to say, if you were about to say accurate, we were about to fight.
I was going to say dubious, but even that's being too credible.
Yeah, that's being very nice.
And even Fate's like, yeah, no, 90% of the shit that's in these stories did not happen. even the characters that we will claim existed did not exist in the way these stories were describing.
Yeah.
The actual historical version of him, like his real historical events that contradict the mythologized version, is mostly a foggy memory. He's mostly remembering all the myths. We'll get to it later, but his historical counterpart is named in Fate Karl de Groot, and is summoned as a separate servant under most circumstances, and his existence is much stronger than Charlemagne's, the one we're seeing here, which stops Saber Charlemagne from usually being summonable at all. Simply put, the two are so far separate in personality and history due to an aspect of the real life Karl not written in his stories too.
Okay.
Karl then, as a historical figure, overshadows any of the stories of Charlemagne, making just our Charlemagne here unsummonable. In Extella Link, Charlie can only be summoned as a kind of shadow when the full Karl is summoned. But by the end, he is registered as a separate spirit origin within the moon. Its own thing. But he ends up in the FGO world when the counterforce is just kind of like, I need Charlemagne, but fuck that Karl guy. This is an emergency. So, as far as personality-wise, he's the good king, the cool a very cool older brother figure.
Yeah.
To a lot of the paladins and the master.
I will say, you didn't mention it here because it's not super important, but it does say that he calls Altera sister, which is really funny because remember when we talked about Siegfried and Kriemhild, we talked about Altera, and we talked about the Merovingians and the Carolingians. Charlemagne is a Carolingian who are descended from the Merovingians. So there is a connection. And then remember, Siegfried and Kriemhild are written about in the Thidreka saga, and the Thidreka saga is a Norse saga, which means it's connected to Sigurd and Brunhild and Gunhild. So let's bring in another mythology! And then add Altera in!
In this case, though, I will say Altera is not literal. Like, I'm pretty sure the sister part there is just his older brother tendencies. Because in Fate Extella Link, you'll remember, I've shown you, we did the Altera video, the little mini Altera. I'm pretty sure that's why he refers to her as sister, because he's being the older brother there.
He calls her Nesan.
Yeah.
That's
he calls her older sister.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And that, she would have been before him historically.
Yeah, they also do have the Velber stuff, because this is an Extella character, is going to come into play later. So that also could play. I have not played the Extella game.
Just let me headcanon another historical connection here. You made such a big deal about it in Siegfried and Sigurd.
That was actual history and myth.
But you brought it up in Sigurd when it wasn't relevant until Siegfried.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Anyways, I've got relationships, so. Astolfo, so you were summoned after all? So those looks are for the same as usual? Are they cute, you ask? Well, they're in a category of cute, but, you're a holy knight. Well, whatever. You're cool, Astolfo. Roland, good to see you, tough looking as always. You're cool as long as you don't strip. On the contrary, don't strip. Don't you strip, okay? DONOTSTRIP. Don't strip. Do not strip. Bradamante, huh? Enthusiastic as always. So did you find Ruggiero? Whoa, not yet? What? With a shining coolness like yours, you'll find him eventually. Don't you worry. So you're Mandricardo. Looks like our Roland caused you some trouble. Or not. Well, anyway, from now I'll be counting on... Wait, why did you step back while laughing? Wait, hey! Oh, the knight Don Quixote Dono and his partner, Sancho Dono. Well, my adventurer sense is telling me that you're undoubtedly a splendid knight, no matter what others say. Get fucked. Sorry. I get to see extra art. So, alright, abilities.
So, Charlie, when summoned at the same time as Karl, is under extreme amounts of stress to his spirit core, as he's got the lesser end of a shared mana pool with his other half. That said, when that's not in place, or even when it is in place, he's still extremely powerful, able to compete with Karna when fighting at full strength.
Oof, duh.
So, he has the strength so long as he remains a good king, because that will just increase his power dramatically.
Okay. So magic resistance, riding, Holy Knight Emperor, which gives charisma, just like in D&D when you need charisma to be a paladin. 12 peers. Exemplify the king's heroics. 12 traveling swords. I love that. Mana burst over the royal road. Okay. A noble phantasm. So the first is his sword, Joyeuse.
Yes, this sword is a sword which contains the tip of the lance of Longinus as its tip.
And the lance of Longinus is the lance that pierces Christ on the cross, and is therefore incredibly famous in Christian mythos.
Mm-hmm. And then the second noble phantasm, the
Joyeuse Ord?
Yes.
Ordre.
Yeah, this weapon... so the sword itself can split into 13 parts representing Charlemagne and his 12 paladins, which then strikes the enemy 13 times. This is actually the attack that counters Karna's noble phantasm.
Oh, yeah, the Vasavi Shakti. Mm.
And the last noble phantasm here is the...
Charles Patricius. Okay, so... That's super fun, because there's this thing called being like the patrie of like Rome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that Augustus did when he became the first emperor of Rome was he named himself as the father of the Roman people and the Gnaeus of the Roman people. And it essentially means that he is the one with duty and responsibility towards the people of Rome, right? Like he has filial duty towards them and they have filial duty towards him. And so I'm wondering, I mean, obviously this could be from a different root, but I think it's from the same root. So I think this is supposed to be representing kind of that continuity of like the Holy Roman and like the Roman Empire and all those things during his life that kind of lined up to make him Roman emperor.
So what this noble phantasm is, and I only really have a description for this, it basically summons his palace, which then can fly overhead and functions as his fortress or base of operations during military struggles as a servant.
Can I say, I'm incredibly surprised that this was designed by Arco Wada.
Wada Arco's always with the extra series. The good and the bad.
I know, but it's not... Never mind. You know what I mean. Okay.
So if you want, we can move into his noble phantasms. Oh, I forgot. Go back. So literally this was released this morning.
Aww.
Or this was announced this morning. He is the White Day mascot servant for this year, so he gets a new costume. And that's it.
How fortunate for you and updates.
I know. And I'm glad they have the sprite here in the front facing thing. Well, I can't get you the art. If you guys are really butthurt about it, just tell me to put it in the next updates video.
I don't know if I got it.
But for now, there will be no addendum, just because even though the art will be long available by the time this goes up.
I love it, though. It's very cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Extella Link. We might have to cut till after the video.
Okay. So we won't say anything during the video. Well, I will say, Extella Link is stellar as always. Like, I'm constantly impressed by how good Extella Link looks, and I do desperately want to get this game.
You should. You can even skip the story, because the story's not good.
I do really want to get this game, so definitely something I should look into in the future. What platforms is it available on?
Everything.
Okay, we've had this discussion before, I know, and
it's
I keep
available
forgetting.
on the phone in Japan, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I don't want it on phone. I want this shit on my PlayStation, probably.
Yeah.
That's likely where I'll end up getting it. But this looks really fun, and I think I would really enjoy playing it. All right.
So he was released in FGO not that long, about 2 years ago now. So he's actually coming to NA soon. This is a tires video though, so you might want to skip around once you've had your fill of the animations.
Maybe they'll introduce him to FGO America on White Day. I'm kidding.
Actually, no, the timing won't work out this way.
I will say the slightly more recent servants have like some really nice.
Wait.
Oh, that's super cool. His sword turned into.
While you're watching his animations, I actually want to check the timing on this because we might actually have some unintentional awesome timing.
I don't think we. Oh. High five.
Oh my god.
I know exactly what you found. High five.
His chapter in NA releases on, well, it's released in JP on June 1st. It'll release in NA in late May, right before this video goes up.
This video goes up in May?
It goes up in June.
For some reason, I thought this shit went up in, like, March. It is March. I don't know why I thought that.
Yeah, I know. The Oni video is going up right now.
Yeah, okay, so this is 1 and 2 stage. Well, hang on. No, they said it, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then his normal
13.
sword, 7.
Sorry, I had to count it.
So you're good.
My god, you know what that reminds me of? 8-tailed dragon Ellie Bathory.
Kinda. Yeah, actually
The
predates her.
multicolors and the, like, multiple things coming down to hit in all the different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar.
He pretty handily predates her, though.
I know, but still. Yeah, because she was really new when we did updates on her.
So this version is I thought I'd mention this while animations are playing. It's a little bit different because this version kind of brings in
Ooh.
elements from his ruler form.
Yeah. Interesting. Cast like a spell or something a second ago. That looked cool. I love that. Just like rainbow missiles. Perfection. It's like magic missile. He's casting magic missile, Knick-Knack. I love it. Who ever heard of a paladin with magic missile? Man, it is this man. We love to see it. I love you, Wi-Fi. You're great. Oh, hey, I know everyone here.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
See if the NP's any different.
Yeah, well, even if it isn't, he looks cool in his third ascension. He looks cool in his first and second ascension, too, but...
So overall, you like this servant?
Yeah, he looks really friggin' cool. I don't think there's a huge difference. No.
Didn't look like it.
But I like it,
Yeah.
so who cares?
Magical wardrobe change.
Not my circus, not my monkeys. This is not my part.
So yeah, we're moving on to Astolfo now. So, do you remember what class Astolfo
Rider.
is? From? Yeah. There's no secret here.
Him and Georgios, because they're right next to one another on my unused servants list. And I know that they're both riders.
I guess before we go into Astolfo's like one of those few servants that I think has actually broken into the mainstream anime community as a meme.
Yeah?
Do you know?
No, I do not
Astolfo?
know the Astolfo meme.
Okay, then let's just keep going then. I just wanted to see if you had any knowledge going into this.
I know that Realm liked Astolfo for the meme, but
Yeah.
not enough to trade for another character when I got Astolfo.
So go right ahead.
Alright.
So meet Astolfo.
I thought Astolfo was a man this whole time.
That is a man.
Oh.
So
You know, that explains the lack of... Go off, Queen.
you need me to explain.
I do.
So Astolfo, and you didn't cover this because it's I don't know what and I don't know specifically where it is, but there's an anecdote in one of the stories where he cross-dressed to help Roland with something.
Yes.
This is why, and he just decided, I'm just gonna keep cross-dressing when I get summoned as a servant.
Ah, interesting.
So he acts as one of the series. So he's Fate Apocrypha's writer of Black. Rider of Black?
You
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah, Rider of Black.
Okay.
Rider of Red is Achilles. And he is basically the third main protagonist of the series.
Yeah.
His personality is the pinnacle of carefree. He is beyond a free spirit, often doing whatever first comes to mind, damn the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
This is because he has lost his sense to the moon, only returning when the moon is gone.
Oh no.
In Fate Apocrypha and Lost Iron timelines, it's worth noting that he is effectively immortal now, as he never lost his master and the Grail never stopped supplying his existence. So at the end of the war, he just travels around the world documenting the lives and circumstances of the Greater Grail war participants.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm going through extra art. Sorry, ignore me.
As a final aside, this version of Astolfo blew up. I'd argue he's one of the most famous non-Fate Stay Night servants for becoming a meme as a classic anime trap, if you remember that term. Because...
Yes, I remember what a trap is, Knick-Knack.
Sorry, it's not been...
Knick-Knack. I remember Haku, the original trap.
Okay, we're good then. He's so prevalent that there's an entire ass study pointing out that when looking up Astolfo online, you are more likely to come across Fate instead of any information depicting his original story.
Which, super interesting to me. Okay, we had a tangent a couple videos back about how I was really, in some ways, I'm really happy that things like Fate and other modern media are kind of bringing attention to historical, sort of mythical and literary figures that may or may not have kind of fallen out of the cultural zeitgeist over the years, or just have not been popular within our generation or recent years, right? Because there's certain characters that, if they're not part of the cultural zeitgeist, you just never would have heard of them, right? And Astolfo would be one of those characters. To be honest, all of the Paladins of Charlemagne would essentially be one of those characters, because unless you're into reading like 12th and 13th century European manuscripts, you're not really going to get a whole lot of content.
The only one I'd ever heard
right?
of was Charlemagne himself.
And Charlemagne is a historical figure that existed in the 600s or 800s.
And I heard of Roland's sword. Didn't know about Roland. I knew about Roland's sword.
But the Song of Roland doesn't come out till the 1200s almost, right? So like it's understandable, and I really appreciate things like Fate doing that, like bringing that kind of back into the sort of cultural knowledge of people. But at the same time, so when I was doing research, I struggled to find non-Fate Astolfo links, and I really appreciate that, you know, it's super popular and a lot of people know about Astolfo, but at the same time, at what point is it too far? Like, at what point does it completely drown out the historical or literary figure to the point where it actively becomes harder to find the source material than to find the derivative material? And what do you lose from that, right? Because this is obviously like a pretty different context for Astolfo than you would find him in the Knights of Charlemagne. Like, you look at this and you're not thinking, you know, one of the 12 paladins compared to the 12 apostles identified with the Knights of the Round Table, like this medieval romance hero, that sort of thing. And I understand, like, yeah, it's super popular, so a ton of links are going to be related to Fate Astolfo. But when the popularity of it in that context makes it actively harder to find the original context, is that too far? Like, have we come too far from lifting these characters up? Or do you just have to be content with the fact that some characters you're going to have to search up Astolfo, Knights of Charlemagne, Song of Roland, history, you know, or something like that, just to get the thing you're wanting to find?
So, at one point I was planning to bring up, I might have axed it though, but is there something up there on the tab that looks out of place, like not an FGO wiki, not a YouTube, not a Type Moon?
Testing? The Astolfo effect on newly released servants in Fate Grand Order?
That's the study that the person did. If you want to look it over, we don't have to read it over now, but if you're actually interested, it might be something you can do a video on in the future.
I am curious about that, because it's like, it's interesting to me in particular because of this series and then other things that I do in my like general life, is because this isn't the first time that it's happened that I've looked up a character and the first thing to come up is not their historical character, it's the FGO page. This is not the first time. It's probably happened like 5 or 6 different times so far. And overall, that's not a high percentage out of all the servants that we're doing. But when it comes to the little known ones, at what point does obliterating, you know, some of the original, I was not reading the name, but like,
you don't have to look at the names, but
yeah, because I go with like EO, like Fate comes up real. Yeah. I think, okay, I'm gonna have to read that later.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna leave that
This
open.
is something for later, but I wanted to pull that up for you.
Yeah, because like I've also been like reading recently, so you know how it's become a thing that sometimes fan fiction gets made into movies, right? And I've made this argument to my friends recently, but it's not that a fan fiction gets so popular that it gets opted for a movie. It's that, and let's take the example of One Direction. One Direction is insanely popular, right? Millions of fans. These fans want content about their favorite characters. They are introduced to fan fiction. Through fan fiction, they find stuff about their favorite characters. They spread that to other fans who are unaware of fan fiction, making that particular fan fiction mainstream. Then that mainstream piece of media gets made into a movie, right? It's not a simple, this fan fiction gets popular and it's made into a movie. It's not. It's people from outside fan fiction being introduced to fan fiction, discovering it, making it popular outside of fan fiction communities, and then it getting made into movies, right? And I think that's an interesting concept to think about, because a lot of people would just think popular fan fiction movie. That's not how it goes. That's not the order of the connections. And so I've been reading some academic work on fan fiction, and at the same time, like when you read academic work on fan fiction, you also get academic work on things that intersect with fan fiction, and often that's anime, manga, sort of like modern culture things, right? And I personally ascribe to the belief that doing academic research on those kind of things is absolutely not in any way like a terrible thing to do, because there's like people who live in their like ivory white towers of academia will be like, oh, you're doing an academic study on fan fiction? That's not academic. No, that's a lie. Anything is academic if you study it with the appropriate level of like research and sort of treat it correctly and be academic about it. And I think that making things like this academic and then making them available to people is a really good way to sort of remove the white tower from academia, because the more that academics study things that aren't traditional and sort of hard to access, the easier it becomes to do these studies and do this research, and for regular everyday people to get in touch with this research. And that's also something interesting.
Yeah.
That I really believe in.
It was just a tangent I wanted to make sure we went off of when we're talking
It's a
about
fun
Astolfo
one.
in general.
It's definitely a fun one.
But I guess just, yeah, you can look over the relationships here since we have them pulled up. That's
So, let's see. I love that the relationship with Sekhie is just no way.
Yeah, Sekhie was kind of his master in Apocrypha.
JK form? Lol, hilarious. You want to go at it, all right? Let's go at it. Oh, I'm strong, all right. Okay, that was Jeanne d'Arc. Siegfried. We're fighting together now. Let us both do our best. Okay, and then Roland. It's a pain. No, I'm not reading that out loud. That is either mistranslated or just something I am not reading out loud. I do not need a video file of me saying that. Oh, characters I know.
You actually should know most of these people now.
Well, there's Fran.
And you're missing.
This is Vladdy.
Yep.
Is this...
You don't know that one.
Okay.
You do know that one.
But it's from the back, and I'm not great at back views of characters.
It's Siegfried. There's the leaf on his back.
Oh, I can barely see it. Okay. I've seen some of these arts before. Oh, Vladdy. Just having fun looking through extra art.
So, this is something I didn't include this in my notes, but it might be kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Astolfo's gender is typically listed as ambiguous to the point where it's shrouded.
Mm-hmm.
He does identify as male, but like when someone like Jean, who can identify servants in their history, looks at him, it's ambiguous built into himself so much that she actually can't tell his gender just by looking at him.
Oh, interesting.
And he's given both male and female Valentine scenes in FGO.
Aw, that's adorable. Alright, so abilities?
Yes. So, Astolfo here is remarkably weak when separated from his NPs. He's really not a warrior that stands much on his own. In fact, he is so meh with a sword that he nearly never uses it, and at one point just gave it to Sieg for protection.
Aw.
A huge part of that is his evaporation of reason, but partially due to luck. This has given him over time great battle instincts and muscle memory that has kept him alive so far.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Evaporation of reason. Reasoning has disappeared. That's the one you talked about. Impossible for him to keep secrets. Oof. Monstrous strength, independent action. There's a lot of noble phantasms, but I assume that's because some of them are always active.
No.
Oh, no, he just has a bunch of different noble phantasms?
So, one of the things that's pretty common amongst Astolfo stories is he's given a lot of shit.
Yeah, he's got like a lot of different stuff attributed to him.
So, he's just, even in Fate, he's just given, he has A, the stuff that was just given to him, and that's most of his gear. And then B, it also means that, and this is not normally possible for servants, a servant can just give them their noble phantasm, and it might be weaker, but it'll still work. Oh. Achilles does this at one point, which is the last one there.
Okay, so La Black Luna, that's the hunting horn. We talked about that.
Yes, when he blows it, it just throws his enemies into a fearful panic. It also does mental damage if it exceeds the target's health, or if it exceeds the target's health, they'll just disintegrate.
I love that. Casseur de Logistile.
So,
Logistile?
This noble phantasm he doesn't actually remember the name of, except for on the new moon. So he can rarely use it, but when he does, it allows him to ignore and shatter all magic with his attacks.
Okay, Trap of Argalia.
So this is the lance he wields, which has the ability to cause those he harms to just fall down. For servants specifically, it causes them to enter spirit form from the knees down.
Oh, God.
This is reliant on a luck check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Hippogriff I knew.
Yeah, just the mount that he uses to travel through the sky at high speeds. It is capable of traveling through dimensions, briefly.
Yeah, and then there's a mention at the end that he received the divine shield Achilleus Cosmos from Achilles. Okay, so the artist who did Matteo Hoshizora.
Wait, is that the artist?
Yeah.
Because isn't he a writer too?
Screenwriter. Okay, no. Maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, I did. It's this one. Alright, so the same person who designed Fate prototype Archer, Lancer, Seijo, and Archer Sword Enki. He's also the character illustrator for Shakespeare, Jack the Ripper, Amakusushiro Tokisada, Siegfried, Kriemhild, Spartacus, Samira.
So a lot of the Apocrypha and their associated characters.
Okay.
So I've got us here. I guess if you want to look at the development stuff too, if there's any action.
I scrolled down. I saw those two images when I was.
So what's that reception page? I've never seen that on Titan.
What? References?
No, just above that reception.
Oh, it's just character polls.
Okay.
Yeah. Reception as in how this character is received by the general fandom.
That's right.
Yeah. Because it's citing a character poll where he was ranked 152nd. Which, in terms of how many Fate Servants there are, is not that bad.
No. So the FGO. We actually have a couple here because I just wanted to pull up.
Yeah, I see a few.
Slightly alternate costume.
Hippogriff!
The Hippogriff is a little different.
Hippogriff! Put claws and wings on a horse and I'm on board.
This is the... Ooh.
This video is now private.
Well, we're going to skip it because that was just another FGO one. I was just showing off his animations.
Oh, yeah. This is Extella Link. Do I have to cut this?
You might, yeah.
Okay, then we're not going to say anything. And we'll be back.
So if you couldn't tell, Extella Link is very built around Charlemagne and his character. That's why you have Astolfo here as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh! Yeah! I now know who that is! I know who everyone except for this dude is.
Yeah, you don't know him yet.
I have a suspicion.
I won't confirm or deny it right now.
No, don't. So I see who the next person is.
Yes, it's Bradamante.
Berserker.
Let's check. It's a Lancer.
Damn it! Very anime.
Very.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't love it.
So Bradamante, we have Bradamante, and alongside Ruggiero. Yeah, appears to be part of another servant duo that will never meet, like Rama and Sita.
Oh.
They have had some close calls.
Oh yeah, because they come into contact and then get split up again in the stories. Yeah.
I believe they have close calls. Like, I'm pretty sure in the introductory event for Bradamante, Ruggiero is literally there. They just never run into each other.
I love that.
But, yeah, she pretty much, her character in Fate is pretty much just looking for Ruggiero and really getting along with at least Astolfo, and I believe she also has some connections to Merlin because just the round table connection.
Yeah, because the Paladins of Charlemagne are connected to both the Apostles and the Knights of the Round Table. And something I forgot to mention that I remembered just now because I've been reading it for class, but some of the 12 Paladins of Charlemagne, and this was a trend in publishing at the time, but a lot of authors would basically claim that their heroes, right, and heroines could trace their lines back to the Iliad and the Odyssey or the Aeneid, right, like to the ancient Greek heroes, because they knew about these ancient Greek epics at the time, and they were already, like, they were classic literature, like these things that were super popular. So authors would be like, yes, my main character is a descendant of Hector of Troy, you know, or something like that, just to make them sound that much better, which is why so many characters are like written about being like the descendant of Alexander the Great. It's like half the literary characters in the world are the descendant of Alexander the Great. Like, man did not spread that many wild seeds. He was very gay.
So, one last aside before we get into character relationships. She was, funnily enough, she teamed up with Quetzalcoatl as a partner in a tag team luchador tournament.
Okay, I immediately love her. Immediate love. That tells me everything I need to know about her personality. Absolutely everything. It's as if Kriemhild and Ketz had a baby. I'm in love. All right, relationships. So, Ruggiero. Where are you? I have a hunch that he's here somewhere. Hey, Chan, that hippogriff is mine, isn't he? Hey. Hey, I said. Hey, Asto, that hippogriff. That's mine, isn't it? Roland, I think it would be good if you followed the example of my elder brother, Renaud, even more. Are you listening to me? Your Majesty, your Majesty, your Majesty! That was to Charlemagne. The legendary hero Hector-sama, the great ancestor of me and Ruggiero. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, look at that. You just mentioned that.
Yep. Great ancestor, that's right. The Trojan hero Hector-sama is the great ancestor of Ruggiero and I. All right. Mandricardo, a strong person who possesses Hector-sama's armor. Spoilers. Roland's enemy? You're now my comrade who has the same master as me? Is that so? Then let's fight together. The Knights of the Round Table, the renowned King Arthur's knights? Amazing. This is amazing, master. There's no knight in medieval Europe who doesn't long for the Knights of the Round Table of that King Arthur. Of course, Bradamante also admires them. The Holy Sword's King of Knights, King Arthur, that famous person, oh my goodness. I want their signature, the great King of Knights. This lady is the knight among knights. Another great King of Knights, that was to Arthur. Gasp, it's that foul Morgan. Are you trying to do evil deeds in this world too? Master's servant, you too. Me, Merlin-sama. The real deal? No way, to think I'd have the honor to talk with him in the present day too. Bradamante is deeply moved. But how come you are outside your tower? To unexpectedly be honored with your great words, even in the present, Bradamante is deeply inspired. Truly. And then, in any event, Fu, that presence, not only that, but there's also Merlin-sama's presence. Still, is it Ruggiero?
So, abilities-wise, Bradamante uses a sword and a spear, and her fighting style is... or actually a shield and a spear, I believe. And her fighting style is to just stake everything on one good blow. There really is no tact there, and she makes up for it with remarkable endurance and speed.
My paladin in Baldur's Gate just getting the strongest weapon possible, going up to fight a bad guy, and I'm just like, so... Divine Smite... Level 3, plus extra damage, plus an additional 1d4. Just...
The strategy pretty much comes down to, I'm going to hit it, block what I can, and move away.
Yeah. Okay, so magic resistance. Merit of Claremont, as one who was born in House of Claremont. Okay, elder brother Ronaldo. All right. Knight of the White Feather. Cancellation of Magecraft. Interesting. So she's got a couple noble phantasms.
Yes.
So she could be summoned as a rider. and she has hippogriff if so. Then her main noble phantasm is Bouclier d'Atlanta.
So this is Bradamante releasing the power within her shield to stun the opponent and strike them at full force with the light released, also potentially harming the foes.
Okay. Oh, I see the combining it with Samba Ketz's Yucatan Regalo de Navidad and creating Bouclier present drop. And then the second noble phantasm is Angelica Cathay.
So this is a ring that used to belong to the evil magician...
Cathay. Angelica Cathay.
Yeah. It says Atlante as well, so I think it probably associates two people from different stories.
Different names, same character. Yeah.
It can grant Bradamante temporary invisibility and grant her and her allies a strong level of defense against all magecraft. If you click into it, you actually might get a design, because we're not going to see that one in animation.
A what?
Of the ring.
Oh, and...
Oh, it's in a CD,
It's in...
though.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, we'll come back.
Okay. Illustrator. This person has done Bradamante. Saitom. They have done Bradamante.
So...
That's it.
We have some NPs here, and before we watch, I'm just going to say these NPs tend to be the butt of some jokes in the FGO community, and you'll figure out why pretty quickly.
Okay, Bradamante fighting for justice. Just hit really hard. I can get behind that, you know? Has she been in the game for a while?
She's not, like, one of the oldies.
Yeah.
She is post Lost Belt arc starting.
Yeah.
But she's not, like, last couple of years.
Yeah. Okay. Both. Oh.
Like I said, the butt of many jokes.
I see it. I see it now. I am aware of it now. Oh, we have an arcade.
Yep.
Yay, it's been a while.
First one for today.
Yeah. For a given value of today. Hold on.
Oh, even if we talk about the other value of today, still wasn't no arcade for that one.
True. I tried to depixelate a little, but I didn't get perfect. Can I talk about how funny it is to hear names like Charles and Charlotte and Carla in Japanese? And I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but I swear to fucking God, Shalalulu is just...
I'm pretty sure that one's just intentionally mispronounced and fucked with.
No, because in Fairy Tale, her name is Carla, the white cat, and they call her Shalalulu or something half the time. So I'm just... Like, I get it. There's just, like, some things don't translate one-to-one pronunciation, you know? Is this gonna be as... Yep. Okay.
It's even more!
Oh, yeah, it really is. They went bottom and top. And again. Okay. That's something. That's something.
And Fate fans can't be too thirsty because she's taken.
Yeah, very happily. All right.
So our next servant here is going to be Astolfo again. We're coming on to another version of Astolfo.
Is it a saber or a lancer?
Yeah, it's a saber.
Okay.
So we have Astolfo Saber, or Bunny Astolfo as the fan base calls him.
Oh yeah, the bunny ears. That makes sense. Oh, that's cute. Surprisingly wholesome art. I'm a fan.
So, what we have now is Saber Astolfo or Bunny Astolfo. This is an Astolfo form that was obtained because when Nightingale tried to throw away the Holy Grail that granted the Santa factor, Astolfo took it and subconsciously fulfilled a secret wish of his to be a Saber-class servant. Just because he felt like it.
And that translated to Bunny Girl.
Yep.
Okay.
He would then decide to find the next Santa by kidnapping a bunch of servants and instilling in them the desire to fight to become the next Santa.
God damn it. What is it with being Santa?
So he is kind of Santa Astolfo. But not really.
All right.
We should have a separate list of relationships, I think, if you want to.
They are here.
Yep.
All right. Wah, it's me. Wah, 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 wah. I'm cute. As a rider or as a saber, my cuteness breaks the limits. I was following those up-down guides on tone. Oh, if it isn't Bradamante, it's me, the beautiful knight Astolfo. This time I'm a saber. Hippokun? Hippokun is, I forgot to bring it when I got summoned. Hey, did you see that Brachan? Isn't it cool? Aren't you the same as usual, Achan? That means I'm always cool. I don't think it's a good idea to bite your handkerchief out of frustration. I mean, what's with that mean girl-like behavior, to Roland? Hey, look, Char, I'm a king too. Oh, I'm a saber too. It's cool, right? Right? Alright, Anne, Bonnie, and Mary Read. The presence of a rabbit, even though they're pirates, they're rabbits? That's not fair. But I'm a knight and a rabbit. Alright, I won't lose. Jaguar man. A wild beast. A jaguar. One. Don't come. You want me to have a pocket watch because I'll become a fairy tale? Okay, very well. But I don't really care about being late or the time. You knew? What a disappointment. I'm late for a very important date. Oh, Santa nurse, I haven't seen you since Christmas, huh? Why are you inching closer to me with that syringe? A vaccine? Because I'm a bunny? No, I'm gonna run as quick as a bunny. Thank you, times 100. Hey there, all you Santas, how have you been? Those fierce battles are now a thing of the past, and now we're all friends, huh? We're not? Don't say that. Interesting.
Astolfo's a wild character.
I love the note about Astolfo and Say, because it's not that they have a particularly deep conversation, but when they meet up in the cafeteria, for example, it's not just the level of being loud. They are noise pollution. Like, they're not loud. They're noise pollution
Those two
loud.
would be like the chaos duo of all time.
Honestly, I'm here for it. It's beautiful.
So, ability-wise, Astolfo has a sword, albeit barely as a rider. So, due to this, he has at least a little sword skill to work with when becoming a saber. His sword actually becomes a bit of a whip sword, extending into multiple segments that he can use to lash at his enemies if he wants.
Okay.
He can casually use a couple formidable phantasms of his rider self while in this form, including the ability to cause fear amongst his enemies, and ignoring the effect of evaporation of reason, allowing him to just nullify magecraft.
Okay. Yeah, that's La Black Luna and Casseur de la Justille.
Yep.
Yeah, and then he's got Grandiose Triumphant Return from the anecdote of parading Caligorante about. So his noble phantasms are therefore Volcano Caligorante.
Yep.
Yep.
Made from the net that was used by the giant.
Yep, and Crazy Trip Drive Idol.
So I don't have much to say on the Volcano Caligorante, even though that's the one that has an animation, because it's just him using his whip sword, except having no chill about it. And then the Crazy Trip. Ah, yes, Learning with Manga. By the way, the Learning with Manga male protagonist is absolutely gay, and Astolfo is his favorite servant.
I love that for him.
So, for Crazy Trip Drive Idol, this is Astolfo's an ability Astolfo borrows. He just borrows the Hippogriff's ability to jump between dimensions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, alright. Just looking at the... Because there were two names. Writer, okay. Alright.
Yeah, we have some NPs now.
I like how my YouTube is actually playing at a reasonable level of sound today. Isn't that great?
We finally wrestled Control.
Yeah, no, you're gonna come back for like our next recording and it's gonna be awful again somehow. I'm not even gonna know how. It just is. I did see the chainsword. Yep. Interesting. Ooh. Hitting hard. Nice. And arcade.
Yep.
The amount of tabs decreasing gives me hope in humanity. move that over so it's not in the way when we get to CEs. Have I heard someone make that laugh as a joke?
Probably.
Wah ha ha!
You might have done it.
Wah ha! But I've never heard it before. So weird. I don't know. It sounds familiar. Like maybe I've heard it before somewhere. But I definitely had never seen Astolfo before today. So if I did hear it, I didn't hear...
Oh no, they never include the voice that the Astolfo means.
Weird, then. Really weird. Alright. You know, when we released the Demons of Mount Oe video, somebody made a comment and they were like, yeah, well, I thought it might have been the Paladins of Charlemagne, but there's no way you'd do another video that big so soon after this one, so it's definitely not coming up.
In fairness, the Paladins of Charlemagne, we still don't have that many of them in the grand scheme of things, so...
I mean, it looks pretty cool. I see Roland next.
Yes. You want to take a guess at his class?
Saber.
Yeah, good guess. Not a hard guess at all.
It was gonna be that or Lancer.
Okay, so...
Yay! Wait, it's not a gender bend, right?
Nope, like I said, no gender bends this episode. The
True.
closest you got was Astolfo.
The trap. Okay. I kind of love it. I think it's the tie throwing me off.
We'll get there.
It was definitely the tie. I will say I do think that this is actually a reference to like fashion choices from like a specific period in history, because I've actually seen similar items to some of the things he's wearing, you know? So like I'm kind of here for it. I kind of like that he looks like a dandy boy, you know what I mean? He looks like a fop. If you understand what I mean when I say he looks like a fop.
Well, I guess on his character, I should probably rip the Band-Aid off this one. If you might have seen it in one of the relationships, but no, Roland is a pervert and a streaker. He will sometimes just spontaneously take off all of his clothes and walk around like it's normal.
So he's gray.
Yes. Part of this is because he's a complete fool when it comes to love and is extremely easily manipulated. But other than that, he's a loyal and good knight and will serve any just master well, regardless of their gender.
Uh-huh.
He's a pervert, but he's not a sexist pervert.
Hats off to him. I mean, we're really clawing at the bottom of the at least he's not this barrel, aren't we? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the design looks fun. The tie is throwing me off still, but like the design looks fun. But okay,
maybe man could keep his clothes on a little bit.
Yeah, but then again, I say that about gray. So, is it for relationships?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Right ahead.
Whoa! It's the Karl der Groib. I mean Charlemagne. That I know. It's been a while. How have you been? Are you on SNS? You're not? That said, you're not very king-like as usual. Okay. Astolfo, if it isn't Astolfo. Well, it's been a long time, but that costume is pretty for some reason, even though it's that Astolfo. Hey, don't hit me with the spear. Don't poke me. It hurts. Astolfo, you say you're a saber. I wonder why. I feel it's strangely absurd. Well, for the time being, don't be so energetic or you'll fall over, okay? Sound of falling over. I just told you, see? Bradamante, what, looking for your lover as usual? If you're fine with me stripping, I'll help you out. You don't know the reason why I'll strip? Now that you say it, you're right. Mandricardo, this Durandal is mine. I'm not letting you touch it. Also, if you walk around with unsteady steps, you'll run into Bradamante, so be careful. Oh, it's Mandricardo. If it's about Durandal, I'm not letting you borrow it. Huh, it's okay. You don't need it anymore? Seriously? That means you intend to get through with that wooden sword? Man, you're awesome. Oh, you're Achilles, the one whose heel is a weak spot. I'm weak to attacks to the sole of my feet, you know? We're matching. You feel it's kind of different? Maybe it is. Yeah. Oh, so you're Don Quixote. I heard you called yourself Karl der Groib at that singularity? Haha, you have some guts, don't you? You ask if I won't get mad? Nah, I just have a faint memory about it, but if it's the king I look up to, well, it's okay. I'm going to be entirely friggin' honest. Was I supposed to read Don Quixote?
No.
For Carl? Okay, and is Don Quixote a servant?
Yes.
Can we never do that?
Why not?
I don't want to read Don Quixote again. I really do. I hate that book.
Look, we can procrastinate on it, but I'm not taking it off the schedule.
We're going to just push that off to 2026 for now. 2027, maybe. Let it marinate. Because, like, I've seen it a few times now, and I'm just like, nah. Oh.
Yep.
You know what this feels like? Extra CCC Gilgamesh.
AOU cast off?
Yeah, I think it's AUO.
AUO. Yeah.
AUO cast off. So weird.
So, as a servant, he is ridiculously powerful as far as stats go. It's to
I'm
the
not
point.
surprised.
Yeah, it's to the point where his appearance in a Grail War, if boiled down to a straight series of fights, is almost a surefire win for him.
Good for him.
That said, him being weak to manipulation and temptation makes it a lot rougher for him.
I can imagine.
Part of his power comes from his just raw defenses, though, because he is one tough motherfucker.
I can see that from Diamond Body.
There are enough to lock extremely powerful opponents into a stalemate with him, which wouldn't be his win if it wasn't for his noble phantasms.
Okay, so riding, he's got a horse called Brigliadoro. Okay, magic resistance to Diamond Body. So spears, swords, bows, useless against him. Okay, except for the soles of his feet. All right. Bitter tears from a love of love. The variant of madness enhancement. Okay. Roncesvalles Oliphant, which was originally a noble phantasm, but isn't anymore?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because it says here in the personal skills, but then it's also in the noble phantasms.
Yeah, I'll cover that more when we get to noble phantasms.
Okay, well, we're at noble phantasms because
Perfect.
there's nothing written on Roncesvalles Oliphant except originally a noble phantasm.
So we'll start with Durandal.
Okay.
Durandal in Fate is just openly the Sword of Hector modified over the years to become something even greater. In terms of power, it's on par with, if not surpassing, Excalibur, as stated by Gilgamesh, who has the sword in his treasury.
Yeah.
Roland uses it by driving it through the enemy and flaring its power up from the earth around them.
I love that.
The other one is the one that allows for his sturdy defenses to actually be really helpful.
Roncesvalles Oliphant?
Yes. Roland is capable of breaking through a situation like a stalemate with a powerful foe by simply and literally blowing on it to tip it in his favor.
And I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down.
It's a literal miracle-working noble phantasm, and the harder he blows, the greater the miracle.
Oh.
Its only downside is that Roland takes some blowback, as it's derived from him blowing of the horn to call reinforcements in the battle that led to his and most of the Paladins' death.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, same character designer for Ushiwakamaro and Taira no Kagekyo. I knew I liked it.
Such a great design, you get to see it a lot.
Oh boy. I get to see a lot of it.
Yes. This is a tires video, by the way, so if we need to skip around, we can.
What does that mean? Is Tires like famous in the community for doing
No, he's
these,
just
or?
This is just the YouTuber that has cataloged the animations the most in my experience. Which just means that whenever the official FGO channel doesn't have one or doesn't have a very thorough one, this is where I have to go.
Okay. Oh, that was anchors. That was straight up a fucking anchor. Okay. So, big sword slash.
Yep.
Just big sword slash. All right.
So our next servant here is Mandricardo. You want to take a crack at this one?
Lancer. Saber.
Go ahead.
Neither?
Ryder.
Oh, wow. Actually, that makes sense. That makes sense. I did the fuck up.
This guy's my boy.
He looks funky. That's certainly a set of colors. Do I need to clarify?
No, I can tell.
Okay. It looks better in this format than it does in... Actually, you know what? It's growing on me. The more I look at it, the more it looks acceptable. Do you know what I mean? It's Stockholm Syndrome. The more I look at it, the more acceptable it looks. Despite the fact that I don't think you should combine those colors.
So, Mandricardo here is supposed to be a 30-something with no direction in life at all.
I love that.
He realizes
Beautiful.
that even in his original story, he is kind of a nothing character that really didn't matter ultimately.
Yes.
He looks back at his attitude during his life and cringes. This ultimately leads to a servant that has almost no self-confidence. Beyond his crippling knee-bro energy, he looks up to Hector as his personal...
So this is 2003 emo boy at Hot Topic.
Yes.
Okay. You know what? The colors make sense now.
He looks up to Hector as his personal hero and views himself as lesser than all the other heroes.
Aww.
He thinks of himself as more of an ordinary person amongst titans.
Precious baby. No, you have self-worth.
This actually ends up being a point of bonding between him and the main character of FGO, where the two solidify themselves as genuine friends on the same level.
Aww.
Meanwhile, the other servants around him, including his former enemies and the Paladins of Charlemagne, end up being very supportive of him and trying to get him out of his shell.
Good for them. That's sweet. Hector, the great hero of Troy's War and of the Nine Worthies, the number one Hector that humanity and I admire is here. Chaldea's out of this world. Is it bad to ask him for an autograph, master? I too would ask. Charlemagne's 12 paladins, they passed themselves as optimistic, mighty warriors worth 10,000, but no, wait. Man? Is that a man? Roland has it nice. They're living in the future. Whoa, that Montjoie voices Bradamante. That means Ruggiero's near. Not? Then nice. Good grief.
So, one thing he is underestimating is that while, yes, he is a minor antagonist and is weak compared to the Paladins, he also stood toe-to-toe with Roland for a while.
Yeah.
He is still strong compared to a lot of other servants. It's just that, he's fighting with a wooden sword, of all things, but
it says he stole Durandal.
He did, but he's not using Durandal here. The bitch is using a wooden sword here. Him making the most out of a wooden club or sword is so unorthodox that the main character thought he was a young Heracles, which is not the case, but it really does show how much of his lack of confidence is kind of misplaced.
Aww.
He doesn't lack in strength.
Look, he just doesn't know his own worth. I understand that. Precious baby.
He doesn't lack in straight combat ability, but he certainly is not as durable as a lot of the other big hitter servants.
Adoption. I'm adopting him. I will teach him self-worth.
He's a fair bit less able to just walk off major injuries.
Well, glass cannons.
Because of his wearing Hector's gear, he has actually gained some of Hector's charisma as a hero as well.
Aww.
But most notably within his normal skill set is a last-minute burst of power that allows him to unleash a powerful attack that will result in his own death.
Oh. Riding magic resistance, that makes sense. Armor of the Nine Worthies, so that's from Hector's armor. The instant before the strike, on the verge of death, all-out strike. Brigliadoro's Neigh. Legend of Mandricardo stealing and breaking the famed steed. Okay. He's got two noble phantasms. Sermet de Durandal?
Yes, so due to his desire to only use Durandal as his weapon, he can grant any weapon he wields, including just a wooden club or sword, the power of Durandal. This is notably similar to Lancelot's ability to make anything his noble phantasm, except this time it's fucking Durandal.
Yeah, and then...
Usually this results in the destruction of his weapon, though, since it doesn't alter the durability of the thing. Not that that's a big deal when his weapon is just sticks.
Yeah. And then his second noble phantasm is Rev de Durandal.
So this is such a rare moment, but should he actually receive Durandal, his noble phantasm is changed to Rev de Durandal, where he can just use the sword at its full power. In one FGO chapter, he
But
actually...
it kills him?
It did, yes.
Okay.
In one FGO chapter, he actually receives the sword from Hector himself, who grants it to him in his moment of need in order to save his master and friend.
Aw.
In any other setting, it becomes possible for him to use if he were to find the confidence in himself as a truly worthy wielder of the sword, but we've yet to see this happen.
Okay, so I have his artist is the same person for David, Marie Antoinette, Black Marie, Gilgamesh Caster.
Before you close that, if you can go back real quickly. Click into the second Noble Phantasm. Scroll, there it is. There's him wielding Durandal.
Oh, adorable. Oh, interesting.
But otherwise, yeah, we have his actual Noble Phantasm too. Oh, that's Roland.
Yeah, okay. Aw, he is actually really cute in that outfit. Adorable. Love his little summer costume. Well, I assume it's not like summer costume per se, but just... Or is it a summer costume?
That's a summer costume.
Okay. Yeah, because the men don't get swimsuits, much to my chagrin.
Yeah, they just get costumes.
You know, fate girlies and fate gays and girlies, y'all need to really campaign for us all getting European swimwear style men's FGO portraits.
They have been. They've been campaigning for FGO male swimsuits for years now.
Yeah, but I mean like European style, you know? No board shorts out here. Like, give me the... You know. Give me the same level of, like, inappropriate as the women.
So yeah, that was my boy. Oh yeah, I also have his regular outfit here too.
My boy! Again! He looks really cool. I think the design has just grown on me. It's just that combination of colors was, like, shocking.
I think it helps with the combination of colors when you remember that he is kind of a man failure.
Yeah, because it's, like, bright yellow, bright red, purple, and white.
Like, he's a hot mess in the first place.
Okay, we've got one servant left.
So the next servant is a variant of Charlemagne, Karl the Grope. You want to take a guess at what class we're
Is
reading?
this the ruler version?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Karl the Grope.
I hate it. I hate it. Oh, with a burning passion.
So this is usually the only version that is summonable of him. Charlemagne, as we saw him, isn't squarely not canon. Even his temperament was not unlike young Charlemagne in his youth. In fact, that's how he looked in his youth. Unfortunately, both age and an encounter with the remains of Velber led him to changing dramatically as he got older. This leads to him becoming obsessed with securing world peace and coming to the conclusion that this is only possible through destroying all individuality. Oh, you just found Super Karl. That's just a random DLC costume.
Oh, I hate it. I hate all of it. Ugh. I assume there's nothing down here.
Extra artwork, mostly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why he's got the gold.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So Karl is terrifying in ability, being probably one of the strongest rulers, taking on multiple extremely capable servants, including Sekhie and Jeanne d'Arc. This is in no small part due to an NP we will get into a little bit later. To make a long story short, though, he's capable of brainwashing other servants.
Mm-hmm.
His primary armament is the same as Charlemagne, which is the sword that uses the tip of Longinus as its head. He is otherwise granted great power from his reputation as an emperor and holy king.
Yep, great emperor privilege, ceremonial reformation, holy king, the personal skills. His first noble phantasm is Joyeuse. That was also possessed by Charlemagne, I remember it.
Yes. The second one is Carolus Patrick.
Carolus Patricius.
So like Charlemagne, he can create the gigantic fortress for his army to reside in. It can be used as an attack, or it can be used to attack the enemies with bombardments, as it is also like Charlie's noble phantasm.
Mm-hmm. And then Carolus Patricius Auctoritas.
Yeah, beyond just bombardments, the thing can transform into a giant mech.
Oh, I love that.
If you actually might have.
I've been watching it. Yeah, it's on like loop. And then there's Carolus Patricius Demeta.
So his brainwashing comes partially from the use of Velber's power.
Fucking Velber.
It's particularly terrifying in that he's not changing the servant's disposition or personality in the slightest. It's almost more of a situation where they're inspired to follow his orders. Of course, in many ways, it's just a light assimilation into his hive mind. No individuality kind of endgame. which is what the Noble Phantasm is specifically for.
Mm-hmm.
The Noble Phantasm is capable of not just brainwashing, but also allowing for the total assimilation of others into himself.
Okay.
It's not perfect, as some servants with high mental defenses against stuff like that can resist it, i.e. Jeanne d'Arc and Gilgamesh probably.
Mm-hmm.
Those that can't be assimilated for resistance reasons, or simply because he doesn't have room in his limited space, are simply deleted.
Oof.
It would allow him to become overwhelmingly powerful and unstoppable. I would pretty much say he's a walking embodiment of an empire.
Interesting.
Like, that's my analysis. That the NP is supposed to be the sort of a stand-in for just empires and imperialism.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got an Extella link.
Peggy 20.
So we'll see you guys in a second.
This one we're almost definitely going to have to cut out.
Well, that's what I mean. We'll see you guys in a second.
Oh,
You'll be back. That's what he reminds me of. All right, so CEs.
Yep. Actually, before we get into real CEs here, when you click into Charlemagne, go into his gallery. I want to see if they've added the new costume yet.
The disguise costume?
That might be it.
Yeah, it's it. This is it, I think.
Yeah, because this was not there when we were here last.
Well, yeah, but we looked it up, remember?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of it.
Yeah,
But
we
we should
looked
have a
it up.
sprite now too.
Well, I will see. I have not gotten to sprites yet, okay? That's not how this is organized anymore. Baseball! Cute. Too bad this is after our baseball episode. Yep. We do have a sprite. Well, we saw the sprite before. You showed me the sprite.
Yeah. It's just the artwork then that's new.
Oh,
Like the
okay.
full artwork.
Okay. We also have his expression sheet. Alright. Okay. I scrolled down, everyone. Oh, he's in here. Oh, right there. Literally right
So
there.
how many of these are you missing now?
I know her, and him, and him, and him, and do I?
No.
No? Yeah?
I don't think you might know that one.
I don't know.
No.
So I'm still missing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
I'm missing half still. This is just one of those artworks that we're filling in as we go. Foot. I can't see the command code, but okay. I will believe that there is one there.
And it's probably brand new.
Alright. Fate, Extella Link. There's the artwork.
You should know everybody here now. Except for...
Yeah. Would you like me to tell the audience who I think that is?
I won't confirm or deny, but you're welcome to.
Robin Hood.
Okay.
I'm not reading that because it's a game description. Alright. A king's blade, a hero's blade. This is my sword, Joyeuse. Pretty cool, isn't it? According to the stories of legends, it changes colors 30 times a day, and it also has the holy lance put away within its hilt. Well, it's a sword of many origins. However, at the end of the day, the real question is who you can and cannot kill with it, isn't it? Ultimately, whether it is the sword of a king, the sword of a hero, the sword of a demon, or the sword of the fool depends on its wielder. Therefore, whenever I hold this sword, I would ask my companions, do I look cool right now? Just kidding. Until now, no one has ever told me that I'm uncool, so that's that. I will. I will be the first. Ah, I love that. A gift from Charlemagne, rather than giving something back, it's a momentary memory. Coolness is not something that comes out consciously, but emerges from very natural, commonplace gestures. Therefore, the hero, determined to always look cool, carelessly offers his hand. As long as I live, I will never forget the moment I held his hand. In a sense, it was a gift that was more powerful and vivid than a tangible return, and could never be received again. 3 in black. I know exactly who all those people are. Also, that is a dartboard. And he's got the darts. You know?
Which group is the bigger mess, you think? The Knights of the Round or these guys?
Oh, absolutely these guys. There's an old version of this, and I do not know what changed. Oh, I saw it. Wait, hold on. I think it's in her hair. His hair. Yeah. Like, one line changes right here. Watch. There's like an extra line. Okay. Oh, this is voiced.
君ってば僕にその的へ当てろとでも言うのかい？
何をためらうことがあろう。勇士たる者、いついかなる時も勇敢であれ。
お前たちいたずらも大概にしとけよ。遊びでも勝負ごとに手は抜かないからな。負けた時はわかるな。
王様！
Hey, what are you doing, Laurent? Are you asking me to hit that target? Why should I hesitate? As a brave man, be brave at all times. You guys, don't forget to play pranks. Even if it's just for fun, we won't cut corners. When you lose, you understand, right? Oh, my king. Target shooting has been the hobby of knights since ancient times. It's only natural that people would be enthusiastic about the novelty toys of our time. In this way, the technique continues to be refined today. You are not using those as intended.
No.
Stop it. Oh, look at that. That's adorable. So much food. Goddamn. None of this shit is translated.
He's not out in NA yet, that's why.
Oh, that's why. Okay. 8th anniversary. Congratulations. It is the Oktoberfest. Well, we saw a bunch of these in the CEs, so this is another Oktoberfest. And he has Astolfo and Roland masks. Ever Dark, Ever Night Battlefront. Ayy. I assume he's up there. But I don't... Okay. No.
Oh, you're going to have to translate the page on this one.
Oh, it references Trigun and Helsing, featuring Vlad, Mordred, Anastasia, Charlemagne, Diarmid, and Shufu.
Yeah, so
do we come back to it when we do Shufu?
We can try.
Let's do that. Well, because then I'll know everyone in it. Yeah. Okay, Chinese version, 7th anniversary. I do love me the Chinese versions, but it's always harder to identify who the characters are. Because they're, like, slightly different in art. Because I see Fu. I assume this is MASH. Is this maybe Skahak?
Yep.
Okay. I can see Charlemagne back there. Is this Kriemhild?
I don't have a good angle, I can't tell.
It looks like Kriemhild, so I'm going to guess that.
That might be Koyanskaya.
But in black, blue, and white?
Koyanskaya has a lot of outfits.
Yeah, but Koyanskaya has a different color palette.
Doesn't matter.
Kriemhild is in blue, black, and white.
I don't know that we saw the full breadth of Koyanskaya's outfits when we did her.
Also, that's not Koyanskaya's hair color.
Is it not? I can't see it this angle.
Oh, it's like white.
Okay.
Which is Kriemhild's hair color.
It might be Kriemhild then.
I don't know. So, like, obviously, you know.
It's just
Skahak, Skadi, MASH, Morgan, Charlemagne, Taigong Wang, Bao Banshi, Fu, and Melusine.
Okay, so it's neither.
Yeah, I think it's Morgan.
It's Morgan, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna translate that because it's the 7th anniversary. Yeah. Oh, okay.
We're now at Astolfo.
All right. Oh, cheerleader. How did I know? All right. Looking at the art. All right, let's see. Do we got any extra? We do not. Not down there, at least. I mean, yeah. Okay. But a lot of CEs. Although some of these... Oh, I recognize. What accidentally opened? I don't know. Something accidentally opened, and we will figure it out when I get there.
Burn that bridge when we get there.
Yep. All right. Noisy Obsession. Do I... You know what? I will find out later. Do not know one of the characters here, I think. Yeah?
You do not know.
Yeah, okay. We'll skip it. Alright, Hippogriff, otherworldly mystical horse. The mystical beast called the Griffin once roamed this world, devouring both man and horse. Rumor said there was no beast more brutal. The spawn of such a brutal beast and a mare is called a hippogriff. An animal that mates with its prey doesn't exist. That's why a hippogriff is essentially an impossible magical beast. Or so they say. Then why are you my steed? Quee! Translation, I think, therefore I am. Fantasies can also be reality. You don't know? Yeah, I really don't know either. Qua! Translation. Oh, the world is filled with fantasies. It's fine, because I love you. See, I'll give you a big hug. Quee! Translation, please listen to me. I love that. Oh my goodness, it's a plushie. It's huge. Oh my god, is that the size scale?
I think it is.
Vlad taught him how to sew plushies, and it took a few months to complete. He managed to finish, but it's way bigger than it should be. He should have noticed midway. He didn't notice. That's just Astolfo for you. I need this in my life. Now? Like, right now. Cute rabbit Choco. Yahoo, it's me. Bunnies are great. Boing, boing, fluffy. One of these days, I think I'll turn into a bunny, too. Do you know any casters that can make me transform?
Foreshadowing.
Learning with manga. All right.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah.
With
On
the male
hippogriff.
master.
Yep. Altera's up there, and then there's an Artoria, and a Ellie-chan, and there's a John, and there's a... That's the lady who died.
Olga Marie.
Olga. And a Mash, and a Foo, and an evil Foo. And is that Da Vinci?
Yeah.
I know everyone in this photo, technically. Yes. The flying Altria will save them. All right. Sugar Vacation.
You know one of them, you don't know the other.
Yeah. This is what I accidentally opened.
It'll be back.
Yeah, because I opened it again up here. All right. Chaldea Beach Volleyball. Oh. We on Astolfo?
Yeah, we're on Astolfo. He's probably somewhere in either the back or foreground.
I think I recognize that swimsuit. Right there. Because he had a swimsuit costume. All right. Well, we've seen this many, many times. Because we've seen this for like a bunch of these servants
We
now.
just saw it for Spartacus.
Yep. Let's depart. Ooh, that's a nice art style. I like it. I don't know where I'm meant to be going, but for now I'll keep pressing forward. I'm going to ride Hippogriff as far as this freedom takes me anywhere. It features Astolfo and Selenike Icicle Yig de Millennia. I just don't see her in the back. Oh, there she is. There's another character shoved in there. Fate, Extella Link again. I must have opened it twice. Angel Breath. Characters. Let's do this. 1, 2. Wait, Ryder, I still have to warm up. I don't think he's listening. With light shining through the beautiful stained glass, it's another day of practicing singing to music from the pipe organ. Hang in there, you lucky choir. Yeah, the Three Princesses Pilgrimage. Okay. No. Women of Agartha?
Yeah, so this
I
is
know
the one.
someone.
This is the one chapter Astolfo was like heavily involved with story-wise.
Yeah. I know Scheherazade.
Yep.
All right. Been there, done that. Ooh, still in the middle of a trip. Hold on. Oh, there it is. In the booth. We read this when I covered another servant recently, so I do remember this. All right. Bradamante. I love it. Look at that. So cute.
Here's the question. Did we get the butt shot as a separate sprite in our sprites listing here? Yes, we did.
We actually did. Oh, we've got some extra art. Also, her is a butt shot too. All right. Okay. Aww. Aww. I do love it when we get a couple little extra arts. It's nice. Oh boy, one of those is All right, the lovely princess's ring. I never imagined this ring would become my noble phantasm. Oh yes, it's normally not my noble phantasm. It belonged to Princess Angelica, who hailed from the island of Cathay, and it's a wonderful piece that is said to be able to nullify all kinds of magecraft. Thanks to this ring, I was able to emerge victorious from my battle against the evil mage Atlanti. Princess Angelica was very beautiful. My elder brother Ronaldo, and even the paladin Roland, both were enthralled by her at one point. And if 2 out of the 12 paladins fell in love with her, then wow, she must have been super attractive. My princess, where are you, and what are you doing now? Oh, that's right. We aren't in the era when I was alive anymore. I was just reminiscing. Sorry. But I still do hope we can see each other again one day. Come again? If I've kept such an important ring this whole time, the princess might be angry when we reunite. Ah, you're right. What should I do? I can't believe I ended up doing the sort of thing Astolfo does.
Sekhie's got bamboozled.
About?
It's after 8. But
And?
we just switched the clock over.
And?
I logged in and didn't get anything.
Oh, because it has to be 9?
Yep.
Ah, don't we love the time change? I fucking hate it. Hippo-chan! Valentine's Day chocolate. Hippogriffs that have been chibified and turned into chocolate. So cute. The white feathers are made from white chocolate while the darker areas use normal chocolate. That they so closely resemble hippo plushies is either a coincidence or perhaps inevitable. Please take a big bite, or so Bradamante insists, but it might be difficult since they are so adorable. They are very cute. Alright, Heroic Spirit Festive Wear! Bradamante! She is at something racing or sports related. 4th anniversary. It's a commercial for Battle Arena. Yep. I was like, it had to be something sport related with the way it looks. Welcome, Bunny. Now, everyone, do go enjoy yourself. Winning or losing is but a matter of chance. Whether to call or fold will be up to you. Who will grasp the goddess of victory's blessing tonight? May the fortune be with you. Okay, we're clicking out of that. Comme un sablé. Like an hourglass. Okay. Time accumulates, although it is something that cannot be reversed. Climbing through the piled-up sand mountain raises your line of sight, and you might be able to see something. You'll find happiness, fun, and love unexpectedly, and remembering it will warm your sometimes freezing heart. I end up wishing. Oh. Astolfo Saber. Baseball. Clicker. Cheerleader, once again. We love it. We love to see it. We did not get the panty shot here. Thank God. Alright. We've got recolor options.
Yeah, so Fate Grand Order Arcade has a couple recolor options. I'm pretty sure that last one is a reference to a VTuber.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Leaving behind the sword for a moment. Oh, look, there's the chocolate from the... People might call this a second life, but I'm still the same me. I kind of figured nothing would change, but that wasn't the case at all. Every day's so heart-pounding, so tingly, and throbby feeling. It's so fun and exciting. It's the best. But there's not much that I can offer you. I probably don't have what you want. After all, servants can only find joy in destroying or hurting things. Oh, but I still want to give you a gift. During New Year's, Valentine's, White Day, Halloween, Christmas... No matter what season or event, I just want to be by your side. I may not be able to fulfill your desires, but being by your side is something I can do myself, and only I can do. So come on, let's sing, let's dance, let's celebrate this wonderful day. That's actually super sweet. Bunny ears? Oh. Your servant who is devoid of all rationality is insisting you wear it. Even if you try to beg your way out of it, flee, or even attack, none of it will matter. And Mash Kyrillite is at the ready with her camera. Now it's time for you to get all bunnied up. That is a threat. Springy Kagami Mochi Choco. None of this makes any sense to us, but it's somehow white chocolate flavored while maintaining a spongy, chewy texture. There's plenty, but do be careful not to choke on it. That's concerning. Heroic Spirit Tour, Astolfo. Ooh. Same setting as Heroic Spirit Tour, Ushi, and Voyager in Eikando Temple, Kyoto.
With full art, too. But it's full art with all 3 of them. You don't
yeah.
Have all of that, so.
Damn. We don't even have Voyager on the schedule anytime soon.
Not anytime soon.
I know. Curse of the Rabbit Folk. Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
I can tell you why Voyager's not on the schedule anytime soon.
Because you don't have a lot about Voyager because he's from a comic that hasn't had a lot written about it?
Because I was waiting to see if we get a volume 3 of the light novel, and then we never did, like 3 or 4 years later.
Yep. It's a curse. Mankind has ignored the rules of Mother Nature and continued to increase the number of bunnies according to our desire. I do love that it's all the servants with a bunny costume. Like, I'm really here for that. Alright. Roland. I'm worried. Thank God he's dressed. I'm, like, terrified. Oh. That's... Alright. Bearing it all. A tremendous feeling of freedom. A tremendous feeling of liberation. Look, the sun is shining, the blue sky is bright, the white clouds are lingering, and the plants are full of life. Though my back and a number of other things are tingling. What an exhilarating feeling. This is exactly how humans ought to be. If you expose everything like this, you can resolve just about anything in this world. However, not all things can be resolved. Take, for example, my current predicament. Shit, where did my clothes go?
Would you believe that his first introduction to FGO was an Astolfo interlude where we had to go stop him from streaking and terrorizing a small town?
Absolutely. I assume that he is one of these two. But I could be wrong.
All blondies look the same.
Yeah. Hokkaido, Miyagi, Osaka. Yeah. Okay. Alright, what a night ought to be. God damn it. A response from Laurent. No, for me, a servant even if a different master approaches. For you, I am the only servant. In that case, even if my king existed, I would have no hesitation in swearing loyalty as a knight. My beloved master, I swear to you that I will risk my life, my pride, and protect it with all my heart and soul. Haha, have you been able to show your knightly side once in a while? Enough already. That didn't make the most sense, so I think there were some words that the translator struggled with, but, you know. Alright, Mandricardo!
My boy!
Baseball! Aww, so cute. He's really grown on me. It has been like 15 minutes and he has really grown on me. This is ridiculous. His horse is even kitted out in the same colorway. If it would load. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he got a lot. Ooh. Oh, I love it! With like modern like jockey outfit. Mm-hmm. That's adorable! Yeah. I love it. 10 out of 10. Oh, from the Atlantis story with Durandal. Okay, nothing at the bottom. All right.
I think we're going to be filling in another one of the Neo-Argonauts.
Yeah, we are. I can tell already. All right, Argonauts, because it's the first one. Oh, yeah, there he is right there.
We're missing only one more person now, I think? 2 more, maybe?
Because I know him, and I know him, and I know him. Who's this red, white, and black? Well, I know him, don't I? Male character, red, white, and black, sash.
Yeah.
Roberts?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Roberts.
I think you're missing 2, actually.
Do I know this knight dude up? That's Achilles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
you're
then...
missing the person next to him, and you're missing the girl down below him.
Yeah, okay. All right. There was only volition. They had a strong will to never lose, and they trudged on as they vowed to never give up till the very end. All right. The sword that breaks when the battle concludes. Oh, it's wooden. Okay. Damn, this thing's really falling apart. It was made by collecting a few branches and fixing it up so I could use it as a substitute for Durandal. I really don't have much of an attachment to this weapon. Well, it can hardly be called a weapon because it's just some old wooden sword. But seeing it all beaten up like that, it's kind of sad. Yeah, I guess it's sad. While I lived, I made a ton of mistakes. I caused a whole slew of messes, and I even did some immoral things too. And so, had it not been in the hands of a brute like me, this sword probably wouldn't be so battered. Damn. I'm starting to get misty-eyed. This thing doesn't even have a conscience. It's just some old wooden sword. But I'm impressed this thing held up for this long. I was able to protect Master, all thanks to you. Durandal replica. Oh, it's like an officially branded, licensed replica. I love that. A return gift, a replica of Durandal. It may be a replica, but it's still well made. A satisfying electronic sound plays when you swing it, and it feels like you're wielding a really cool sword. It's the perfect gift that allows you, Paris, and Mandricardo to pretend like you're Hector. Considering it's made out of plastic, it's quite durable, likely as a result of trying to mimic the sturdiness of the real Durandal. Barbecue buddies! Gordon!
Yeah.
And I don't know him.
No, you do not.
But Gordon! Eating a meal with friends is absolutely the best. After we have fun, we're going to eat, laugh, and talk to our heart's content. So, Gordon! Ooh, Winter Caravan online. Oh, there he is in the back. And I filled in some of the servants here because this is Abby. And there's Emia. That's definitely Emia.
No, that's Emia.
Okay. Mash, Foo. Maybe not? I don't think so. And this dude, I have a suspicion as to who this is.
Hang on. You actually might know the woman
Her?
in front. Oh no, you don't. You don't. No, you don't.
I have a suspicion to who this is. And I'm going to state it right here
I
and
won't
now.
confirm or deny.
No, for all of you Fate fans to make fun of me. But I have seen that particular character paired up with Ozymandias and Gilgamesh several times in arts, which leads me to believe that he is a Chinese king, right? And if he is a legendary king like the two of them, I think he's Qin Shi Huangdi.
Okay.
I may be very wrong, but that is my guess. Because he's one of the servants I keep seeing in the back of other CEs constantly. Anyways, just thought I'd pull out my theorizing cap there. Club Argonaut. There he is with a little blush on his face. Adorable. Club Argonaut. I remember that. All right. Chaldea Delinquent Gang.
You know
Whoop.
one person.
Yeah.
And that's going to say names because it's
It
voiced.
is.
So we'll come back to
Yeah.
that later, much later.
Heroic Spirit Dream Portal. Mandricardo. I mean, he looks good like that. 7th anniversary. Heian-kyo. Yep. Looks good. Hoeing with Sword. Is that Fion
Yes.
and Spartacus?
Yes.
I love that for them. The sweat on your brow is the best boon in making people smile, especially if this is to be eaten by someone. The weight of your accomplishment, the pain of your skin being burned by the sunlight, and even the smell of the soil clinging to your skin, everything will turn into a gratuitous joy, completely different from the one you get on the battlefield. Oh! So sometimes there are on the CEs if I scroll down a little further. Okay. So I can check that. Bloom in Spring. Is that Artoria?
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, it's Artoria. Many encounters wrapped in a gentle breeze reach out to you. In such a season, let's start a new story together.
So you know what I like about the Paladins here? I can absolutely see every one of them being a dysfunctional group of dumbasses.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, no doubt about it. I love it. I love it. I think they've grown on me over the course of going over them in the video. I think sometimes that happens with the long videos. Like I may have like a weird reaction to the first couple, like Gordon. But by the end of the video, I'm like, yeah.
I feel like the design for Golden still doesn't do it for you, but the vibe of Golden has started doing it for you just because it's a fun, like...
It really does. Hold on a sec. Okay. I wanted to pull up because I do not know.
Oh, I know, and I have a hint, too.
Hang on. I want to see what's up next. Oh. Okay. All right.
All right, guys. Well, until next time, vive la France. It's a very Fate hint.
How could you not go with Vive la Revolution?
Literally one day after we recorded the rest of the video.
Hey, they didn't have to know that.
No, they need to know. They need to know.
What, that we're cursed?
Yes.
No, that's not my fault. I don't know what god you pissed off
Apparently.
for this to be happening.
Apparently. A really, really angry one.
Yeah, because this is what, like the 5th time?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, if not more, between like a video and its release date that we've had to go back and like either just record something extra or just say, okay, that is going in updates and we already know it is. Because no, we are done.
We're not putting out a video like a month, like putting out a video that's had this thing released for a month. So, I'm done beating around the bush. Ruggiero was added literally the day after I said that Ruggiero and Bradamante never got to reunite.
Would have a Rama and Sita
Yes.
moment. Well, maybe if FGO Arcade wasn't shutting down, they would have had a Rama and Sita moment. And perhaps the idea for a Ruggiero servant for Arcade was already in development, and they ported it over to FGO because Arcade stopped being a viable solution. Conspiracy theory.
That's a great theory, except there's one problem with that. Bradamante was already added into Arcade.
Damn. Oh yeah, we had an Arcade for... Okay. That's on me. That one's on me. I still think, though, based theory. Absolutely. Like, would have been great.
That feels like a fuck you Arcade moment.
It really
Never
does.
forgive the Arcade.
Yeah. Fucking look at what you did to Rama and Sita.
So, I guess just... I might have this wrong, so the Type Moon Wiki might be correcting me here. But there is a class for the servant, if I'm not wrong.
Oh.
You want to take a crack at it, even though we're not going to have a lot on them?
Ruggiero? Saber or Lancer, I think. Saber?
I believe it's Saber, yes. So this is Ruggiero. Yeah, we don't get a lot.
Saber-class servant.
Yep. We don't get a lot in terms of design here. It's just armor, but that is a design.
It is, in fact,
What we do get,
a
though,
design.
is a silhouette down there.
Oh. Peachy. Peachy. Cut it out. Oh, yeah, because there's Bradamante.
I know next to nothing about what Fate did with Ruggiero, except for that Ruggiero was not clearly Ruggiero to Bradamante throughout most of the event and kind of reveals himself later.
Yeah, and obviously we have really nothing else about him except the fact that he is wielding a demonic sword.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
The only thing I have to say about this is watch. Just fucking watch. What do you know what when does this video go up again, if you remember? Like what month?
If we filmed updates before, is this the same month as updates?
No, this is the month after updates, so it'd be
April? That sounds too soon.
It does sound too soon. Hang on,
No, Paladins is supposed to be in May or June.
Yeah, you're right.
It's May or June, I think, because we said it because we're moving ahead so far because I'm going to be gone for 3 months.
Well, I'm calling it now. Ordeal Call 2. This is recorded before Ordeal Call 2 comes out in like a week. Because guess what we did have that was... It didn't do much, but it was there. There was a brief, like, scaled battle sprite that jumps onto the field at one point for Ruggiero. That's in the game. I'm almost confident that in the near future, within the next year or so, we're going to have it. And, like, if this gets dropped in Ordeal Call 2, I might chuck my phone through your window.
Why?
Because that's literally a week from now.
Oh, that. Don't curse us like that. You are tempting the gods, Knick-Knack. And you know what the gods do to people who tempt them. I mean, look at the fucking Iliad. Literally a story about tempting the will of the gods.
Fuck you, Type Moon.
You're gonna curse us with a god we don't even know about yet. Because I'm not convinced that FGO isn't just the work of some capricious, mischievous god who's pretending to be Nasu. Like, it's all a hoax. The real Nasu died like 20 years ago, and some sort of chaotic demon god has been just behind all of this ever since, and is doing it to play a trick on us. Headcanon. 100%. That's my fucking off the hinge theory. Anyways, I mean, I don't have much to say about the design. It's kind of...
It's there. It's night.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about this symbol on his shoulder, because I wonder if maybe this is a symbol associated with Ruggiero, like literarily or historically, because there would have been depictions of him. But I'm not that familiar with symbols associated with him, so I can't tell you if it is or isn't. But maybe someone in the fandom knows. Who knows?
All right. Well, I don't know where this is going in the video, so yeah.
Probably when we were talking about Ruggiero.
Awesome. Fun. Let's keep going.
All right. Talk to you guys later.